one of their strong players. He's a bull when it gets towards the goal line.
Starting lineup for the Chileans features number 4, Carlos Novo and Juan Rodriguez. Big physical players. They'll be looking to rough up the Argentinians. Argentina in the blue and white stripes. If you're familiar with soccer, you will recognize the uniform. Chile all in those red vests. Here are the completed round-robin standings. United States with the only perfect record. Canada 4-1. And this is the game we're looking at now. Argentina just that one win over Chile. And the Chileans looking for their first victory of the 2015 Parapan American Games.
Nigel, it feels like we haven't left the gymnasium. We were here late last night with a double overtime victory by the United States over Canada.
But we're back, the players are back, the fans are back, the referees are back. And we're looking for more big hits. Plenty of goals to be exchanged. Toss up, and first possession picked up quickly by Matias Cardoso, who's been one of the prime performers for Argentina throughout this week. And here comes the ball himself. Andy Mill hands off to Fernando Pantin-Colombo and the opening score. Let's talk about the pylons, let's talk about the scoring area, let's talk about the key as well.
So those red lines you see, the rectangle at the baseline is known as the key area. From a defender's perspective, you're only allowed to have 3 players in there. And offensively, you can only remain in there for 10 seconds.
And off there for Juan Rodriguez, and the tying goal. So, 4 quarters of 8 minutes. A quartet of players on the court at any one time from the roster of 12. But it's not just any 4, because there is sport classification and some math to do as well, David.
That's right, Nigel. And at the beginning of the game, when they presented the lineup, beside each player's name, you may have noticed a number ranging from 0.5 to 3.5. Of the 4 players, they cannot add up to more than 8 points on the floor. And the points will reflect their functional ability that results from their disability. So the player number 1 who has the ball right now is classified as a 2.5. And somebody who would have more functional ability would be classified as a 3.5. And there are other players on the court who would have less functional ability, and they would be classified as a 0.5. So number 3, trying to make the block there, he would be classified as a 1.0.
First goal for Juan Herrera. And we have seen and admired his work rate, his determination, and his skill set throughout this week. The number 1 for Argentina, a 2.5 player, 25 years of age. Herrera, you'll see him scooting away, and we'll also use, we'll notice, obviously a double amputee, that he has that thump pass forward on the full, which he used to great effect. It's a great example, David, of a player using the disability as an ability.
Yeah, that's one of the things about parasport that I find so fascinating, is how athletes adapt to their disability. And Herrera is a good example as any. The hand passes remind me a little bit of an Australian rules football player with the hand pass.
Well, they did meet earlier in the week, and it was Argentina's only win. They scored a 53-14 win over Chile in the last meeting. And talking of Herrera, he was the 2nd point scorer for the Argentines on that occasion with 12 goals. Watch out also for number 7, as in goes Herrera. For number 7, the captain, Matias Cardoso, who is also on the starting lineup for the Argentinians, who bagged 16 goals in that previous encounter. So Argentina, having beaten the Chileans once, will certainly fancy their chances of doing so again. Rodriguez over halfway, scuttling across. Herrera decides to hit Flores to impede his movement, and the ball out of bounds.
So players are allowed to hit one another after the whistle has been blown. But you'll notice that prior to the whistle, so at this stage right here, players will circle around. The analogy I've used has been sharks circling for prey. And what they're trying to do is create position and advantages against those that are guarding them. And then once the whistle is blown, then they're allowed to make physical contact.
Inbound from Silva to Novoa, backing up. Just to find Christopher Flores. Back to Novoa again. Now he has some clear room, does he? Into the key. But Herrera is blocking his path, and the bounce pass through to Flores, and he scored for Chile.
That was a nice pass by Novoa to Flores to see him coming down the pipe, knowing that he was making the cut to the net. And a good score.
Now, inbounding from behind your own goal line or from your own half of the court also carries a time stipulation of 12 seconds to get it over half court. Usually Juan Herrera doesn't have that problem, as you'll see there. At the speed he manages to generate once he's up and away. So 12 seconds to get over half court. And then there is a 40-second shot clock, which applies to both teams, doesn't it, David, to execute the move and hopefully score that goal.
That's right, and teams also have timeouts that they can call if they don't think that they're able to get the ball across the half-court line in the required 12 seconds, or if they're not going to be able to score prior to the 40-second shot clock expiring.
Inbound by Silva for Rodriguez, trying to pick out Flores, but a turnover by Chile. Two of them went for it. Herrera couldn't quite gather it in, as Canyamil was also reaching for it. Rodriguez trying to connect with Flores. Canyamil, can he keep it in play? He does so very nicely. Cross to cover was Novoa. But Canyamil, so strong, and we've seen he's not necessarily the quickest, but he's really like a bull when he gets going. He's really difficult to stop, Canyamil.
Yeah, once he gets an opportunity presented to him near the goal line, he doesn't get stopped by many players.
Novoa turning away from his own key. Remember, there's that initial 12 seconds and a timeout called.
So there's an example where Chile knew that they were being pressured and might not be able to get the ball over before the required 12 seconds, so they called a quick timeout, but they only have 4 for the entire game. Chile seems to use them relatively early in each game.
And when David says they have 4 that can be called from the court, which are 30-second timeouts, and then 2 more can be called from the bench as well. So making a total of 6. And they will be used tactically, as you've just seen there. But when they're gone, and if you burn through them early, as we've seen the Chileans do throughout this competition, by the time you get to the second half, you're suddenly devoid of timeouts.
And Chile is, without a doubt, the most inexperienced, or the least experienced team in this tournament. As I mentioned earlier, first time that they've played outside of South America. But they have shown tremendous enthusiasm and resolve, knowing that they're only going to get better by playing good teams.
Picked up by Alexis Barraza, who's come onto the court as a substitute. Also on for Chile, number 13, Andres Opazo, who's caught the eye. Despite the defeats by the Chileans, over goes Canyamil, and it has been a feature of this wheelchair rugby tournament throughout the week that it's clear that Chile are not up to the class of their opponents, but the determination and that will to compete is there amongst every man player.
Yeah, they unveiled a banner a couple of games ago at the end of their game, and it said, "Defeat inspires us to get better." And the Canadians, who they were playing at that time, stayed on the court and applauded them and cheered them on. It's been interesting. The crowd seems to get behind Chile, if nothing for moral support, in every game.
Leonardo Abes, wearing 22, is on for Argentina. So we're going to see the introduction of Juan Foa, the experienced Argentine captain, a man that you know well and speaks perfect English, I gather, as well.
He does. He's the president as a volunteer of the International Wheelchair Rugby Federation and a tremendous advocate, and has really led the development of wheelchair rugby in the Americas region.
There is Foa, inbound from Foa, finds Abes, hands off expertly to Herrera, and over for the simple Argentine score. Already the gap is 7. Already Herrera has helped himself to 5 goals. Inbound from Silva for Novoa, over the top of Herrera. Novoa out of his own key, looking to get the half court. Does so comfortably. Before he got blocked by Juan Foa. Now Abes, the pass forward. And that is always the danger if you turn it over in half court and you've come forward looking for that offensive move. You've got to be sure with your handling, or you're going to leave yourself exposed at the other end.
Turnovers in any sport are not great, and in this particular one, it really, that play right there is a 2-point turnaround. Argentina was looking to score, but instead they allowed Chile to score.
On the far side is Barraza, big man, strong man, takes the hits from Cardozo. Cardozo tips over. Play goes on. It'll be Novoa willing in to score. It's handle, and Novoa out of bounds. Meanwhile, Matias Cardozo is going to need some assistance.
So Cardozo makes a valid effort and loses his balance. Barraza, sorry, lost his balance. Or Barraza's the one who made the pass. You certainly see lots of tumbles in this game, but as Nigel and I have noted over and over and over again, it's rare to see them grimace or to show any sense of wanting to come out of the game.
And there is a typical example, just some running repairs for Cardozo. He's ready. And that individual battle with Barraza will be an ongoing feature of this game. Juan Herrera uses his strength, has to dribble the ball once every 10 seconds, hence the toss-up. While in possession, every now and then, players on a charge see the goal pylons coming and forget to dribble, but not a player of the experience of Juan Herrera.
So the referee was just giving a warning to not have contact before the whistle. The next warning will result in a penalty or a turnover.
So Argentine captain Juan Foa will inbound, looking for the easy shot over the top, and does so. Finds a best for the score.
Foa is classified as a 1.0 player, and what makes him so valuable, he's the captain of the team, is that he's able to make that pass to a player already in the key who can then easily score. And as a player with 1.0, he has significant functional limitations due to his disability. And so that's a rare thing that he's able to do, is to make that type of accurate throw.
On the turnover by the Chileans. Ball out of bounds before Abes can get that.
So the pylons are actually considered out of bounds, and they're not like posts in hockey where if the ball bounces off it, it stays in play. Once the ball hits the pylon, it's considered out of bounds.
While talking about the pylons, you can actually touch them on the way in, as long as those wheels, so you don't have to get the whole of the wheel, by the way, the whole of the chair over the goal, as the Chileans, through a pass home, are in to score just their third. We'll just explain the actual scenario of goal scoring, where the chair has to be in relation to the goal line and when the pylons are in and not in play.
So any two of the four wheels need to cross the goal line. But what you will see happen relatively frequently is the front two wheels crossing when a player is trying to hit the corner, and the back wheel will then hit the pylon after. So those front two wheels don't need to cross the goal line. The goal then counts, and then they're allowed to hit the pylon because the play is over.
You will also see players backing in for goals as well. You don't have to go in frontwards, you can back in. As David has described it as the moonwalk maneuver, which makes perfect sense if you're a Michael Jackson fan. Inbound from Silva, out of bounds, and another turnover. It'll be Argentine inbound. For again, simple pass, Herrera in. It's as simple as that.
As I mentioned earlier, again, that ability by Foa to make those types of passes is what makes him so valuable. So it's not always those players that are 3.5s. Foa as a 1.0 provides tremendous value to his teammates by being able to make a throw that perhaps he shouldn't be able to do.
Pedro Silva inbound for Novoa, bothered by Herrera. But there is that 12-second limitation. Novoa offloads for Barraza. Hit by Cardozo. The two number 7s at it again. Cardozo pursuing Barraza. Novoa forward. Opazo in to score.
That was a lovely lead pass by Novoa, knowing that his player, his teammate, had position, and all he had to do was break to the net. So he tosses up a nice little pass. You notice a bit of a spin on it so that it doesn't go too fast, and his teammate can corral it in before he crosses the line.
Cardozo at the other end, unchallenged and across for the Argentine score. Under 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Couple of goals for Cardozo. And already that gap is just starting to look very challenging for the Chileans. Pazo, left-handed, looking for Novoa. Turned over and picked off easily by Herrera. Pazo tried to stop him, but Herrera had the speed, the momentum going for him. And another goal for the Argentine number 1.
I'm getting the sense that Argentina is really taking a workmanlike approach to this game and not showing a lot of enthusiasm or passion. And I suspect they're really disappointed in their loss to Colombia last night. And this will be the first time in a long time that they haven't finished in the top 4 in their zone.
Herrera in again with the little bounce ahead, the dribble. He is really a very busy, very impressive player. We haven't seen the forearm pass yet, but it will be coming. It's a joy to watch, as has Herrera's performances throughout this week. Argentina, as you say, will go away, probably finishing 5th and out of the medals as the Chileans take a timeout.
And Chile on the opposite side. I was sitting out in the parking lot when the Chilean team bus arrived earlier today, and they had the music just cranked in the bus. I could hear them coming down the street for quite some time. They are loose and happy to be here.
Well, whatever gets you going, as Pablo Benavides with the beard there, the Chilean coach, just imparting some information, maybe some tactical nous for his players, because the Argentines have taken a substantial lead early in this game. Already 13 points the difference. What's going on here? Juan Fo in conversation with some officials.
So as the players enter and leave due to substitutions, they have to leave cards on the table which indicate their classification, and it comes back to that ability for the bench to know that they have no more than 8 points on the floor at one time. So each of those cards is representative of an individual player.
We have seen some substitutions for the Argentinians. Novoa comes forward looking for the score, hit by Cardozo and then flicked away. Argentina on the court. They've brought in number 3, Ignacio Arancet, who is their only 3.5 athlete. Nicolas Stupinengo is on. Cardozo, as previously mentioned. Number 8 is Lucas Camusi. Over goes Arancet for his opening score. Stupinengo, a 0.5 athlete, so I mean, it's easy to look at it on paper and say, well, obviously a 3.5 athlete is going to be way more functional, way more valuable to the team than a 0.5 athlete, but it's not quite as simple as that, is it, David?
No, and it comes down to a number of things. So each team can only play a certain number of 3.5s on the floor at one time due to the 8-point requirement, and so they typically are only as good as their teammates. And it's like any team sport, you know, football being perhaps a good comparison, the running back is only as good as the linemen that are making the blocks for him.
Barraza held short. Timeout is called, with Chileans in a position of some promise. Now, can they convert here? Inbound from Saiz. Turning is Barraza, away from Cardozo. Barraza was Stupinengo, or rather Arancet, reaching in there.
So what happened there was the referee called a jump ball, seeing that both players had equal possession to the ball, and using the possession arrow, which is on the bench, they determined that it's Chile ball.
Inbound from Saiz. Turning is Opazo. Wheels away from one, and then loses possession.
Referee called it Chile's ball again.
So the infraction will go the way of the Chileans.
And they only had 6 seconds by which to score, so he's going to try to throw it into the player that's in the key already.
That is Novoa, who has positioned himself for the throw from Barraza. So there you are, arms up there from Novoa. Well, they've gone a slightly different route as far as this is concerned. Not long on the shot clock, it might beat them all. He's going to have to play it. It's over the top in the end of Novoa as time expired on the shot clock.
You can see Novoa showing his frustration with that. Probably not so much that they didn't get to him earlier, but that he was unable to catch the pass and score.
Inbound from Camusi.
Big hit coming up, but what it does is it release number 3.
And set over for the score. Cardozo took the hits, but managed to offload to Arancet in time for another comfortable score.
Arancet. And Arancet's an interesting player because he's classified as a 3.5, but he's a brand new player. And so, comparatively speaking, I would say of those players that are classified as a 3.5, he's a relatively weak player.
Novoa trying to gather it in. Mistake again from the Chileans deep inside their own end. Cardozo, little flip over the top, and Arancet. But the goal will not stand because the buzzer beat them all.
Those are the kind of mistakes that the teams like Canada and the United States, and Brazil and Colombia for that matter, just don't make.
Pretty much one-way traffic at the end of the first period. 9 goals for Herrera, and Argentina lead Chile by 20 goals to 4.
So the game has been relatively calm affair, although certainly both teams wanting to finish the tournament with a win. Some big hits in the middle of the court. One of our favorite players there, Herrera, showing what makes him such an exciting player to watch. Canyumil showing his strength and power able to hit through some blocks. Also some examples of how wheelchair rugby is a game of both power and finesse. Entering the game for Chile. Certainly been one of my favorite players to watch. Number 8, Madariaga, with the long red hair, shows great passion and enthusiasm. He'll get the crowd riled up.
Second period underway at the Mississauga Sports Centre. This is the 5-6 game between the blue and white stripes of Argentina, who have dominated the first period as Cardozo goes in for another score in the first of the second period, and the red vests of Chile.
Novo had a nice interception to start off that quarter and then turned the ball over right away.
Novo on court, and first touch here for Cristian Madariaga, the flame-haired number 8, and certainly one of the standout performers for Chile through this tournament. Hands off to the ponytailed captain Juan Rodriguez. A good score for the Chileans to give them a little bit of optimism.
Madariaga classified as a 3.0, or sorry, 3.5. So again, showing you the examples and the differences in classifications.
You were talking about Arancet being a new player, and Madariaga certainly caught the eye for the Chileans. It turns out that he also is a new player to the sport. This is his first major competition, but he's certainly taken to it very quickly and has taken that Chilean performance just up a couple of notches, I feel, over the course of the competition.
I agree. We've seen some real growth from this team in the week that we've been here, and now their 5th game. Madariaga is certainly a microcosm of that. Not 100% sure what the call is on the floor. The player was defending behind the baseline. They'll serve a 1-minute penalty.
Jose Venegas into the penalty box, the oldest man in the competition at 50 years of age, but there are 20-year-olds as well on the court, and that's great to see the age spread between these athletes playing on the same team. As backing in, we've seen it for the first time, is Arancet for the Argentine score.
A nice pass, and this is an example of, we talked about earlier, not having to score going in forwards. You're allowed to go in with any 2 wheels of the wheelchair.
On the understanding that the player, of course, is in control of the ball, and brilliantly demonstrated there by Madariaga, who basically rolled it half the length of the court and with about a yard to spare picked it up and scooted it.
A very unorthodox style, but it worked for him. And that's an example there with him in particular. Good enthusiasm. I like his joie de vivre. He just is a pleasure to watch. And he's going to get better as he learns the nuances of how to play the game.
With his best, Madariaga hits Cardozo, then reached in trying to just pinch the ball away. But the Argentine number 7 just too strong.
Watch Madariaga here try to knock the ball out. with that big hit. And Herrera holds tight. Or my apologies, that was Cardozo that he hit.
Stubenengo into the penalty box, so Argentina short-handed. Now, with the man advantage, can Chile take advantage and score at the other end? They're inbounding. Well, they're going to make some substitutions. Back comes Herrera. Also going to see Daniel Villegas wearing 6. And the first sign of Brian Nascimento with 13. So wholesale changes at that stoppage for the Argentines. Away comes Novoa with pace and purpose, offloads to Madriaga.
Since Madriaga entered the game, it appears that Chile has a bit more spark. Nice pass by Novoa. Again, just laying it out for Madriaga.
Herrera takes the big hit from Madriaga. Rodriguez couldn't get there. And Herrera back with us and back scoring again. Really difficult to stop this little guy. Already 10 goals for his personal tally, almost half the team's total. Madriaga at the other end. Going to get hit this time by Herrera, is he? He does, along with some help from Nascimento. Over the top, well brought in by Rodriguez. Has he got the speed to get away? He doesn't. Then becomes the meat in the Argentine sandwich. Offloads to Novoa. Trying to get away from Nascimento. Shot clock down to 11 seconds and a turnover.
That was good defense by Herrera there. Knocked the ball away with only now 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Hear the Chilean bench stalling on their teammates.
Novoa.
Nice shovel pass by Novoa. Just out of reach for Madriaga.
Meanwhile, the Argentines have made another substitution. Mariano Gastaldi is on court wearing 12. He's a 1.0 athlete, 31-year-old. And we'll get the chance here, Gastaldi, to inbound.
You might notice some of the differences in the chairs. So the chair that Gastaldi's in, for instance, is a bit longer in the front, and it would be seen more as a defensive player, whereas the one with number 6 right now, Villegas, or number 1, Herrera, is slightly smaller and is perceived as more of an offensive chair.
Madriaga tried to take Herrera out and the pylon as well, but Herrera is just too quick.
Madriaga's hitting, I think it raises the intensity of both teams. Ever since he came into the game, it appears that both Argentina and Chile are suddenly into this just a little bit more.
Inbound from Rodriguez for Novoa. First problem negotiated now. 12 seconds to get over halfway. Not a problem this time. Madriaga all alone, gathers it in, gets hit hard by Nascimento.
And so there's a mistake just simply of experience between those two Chilean players. Number 6, Rodriguez, needed to come in a little bit faster, and Madriaga needed to go over top of him, not go into him in trying to score. And you can see that the two of them recognize that right away.
Herrera hit hard by Rodriguez, and then finds himself hooked up on the back of Gastaldi.
Madriaga hit him so hard that he lifted the chair right up onto his teammate.
He certainly did. There you are. Herrera and Gastaldi will need to be manually separated. I think it's fair to say Christian Madriaga doesn't take any prisoners at any stage.
No, certainly not.
He's a great competitor and has really impressed us, despite the fact that the Chileans haven't won a game, and the chances are they won't win this one either. Madriaga again in the forefront of proceedings, away from his own teammate Novoa. Nascimento watching him like a hawk. Madriaga does well. Now can he pick up some speed to the edge of the key?
That was a great pass by Madriaga
to Novoa, and the Chileans score.
Smart play. Earlier in this tournament, Madriaga may have tried to force it in himself, but now he's recognizing that if he can also pass, it makes him a double threat, and it likely makes him just a better offensive player overall.
Nascimento with the dribble, must be done once every 10 seconds. While in possession, he's got the speed to go in alone. Nascimento.
This is a nice play. He just keeps it by himself, holds on to it, patient, watches how his blocks get set up in front of him.
Nascimento's been used sparingly in this tournament, just a couple of goals coming into today, but Madriaga away from Herrera. And he picked off again by Nascimento. Reaching in as Novoa.
So Madriaga made an ill-advised pass there. He didn't need to rush it. He just needed to carry it across the line, and then he could have waited for Novoa to have gotten better position.
Diego does. Carried across the line for another Argentine score. Midway through this second period, first goal for Villegas, Argentine number 6. Madriaga for Rodriguez, just bounced awkwardly for him. Novoa will pick it up in Argentine territory. For the pass off, finds Madriaga. Followed by Villegas. Madriaga bides his time. Shot clock down. In the end, it won't be an issue because Madriaga found a way past Herrera.
Madriaga read the block in front of him exactly as he should, and then was able just to follow it, turn the corner, come inside the pylon.
Nascimento bounced awkwardly, manages to recover, boxed in just outside his own key. Herrera, look how quickly he turns. Now will turn on those afterburners. In fact, he will bring in Gastaldi. Not so quick, of course. Herrera makes the run in the end.
And Herrera did the same at this end of the court, following his lead blocks, knowing that Madriaga couldn't get through 2 of his teammates.
Argentina approaching the 30-goal mark. Probably reached that well before the half-time buzzer. Madriaga fumbled it, manages to recover it. Great determination by the Chilean number 8. Finds Novoa into the give and go, but the referee's whistle is gone and the 12 seconds expires.
An example of the types of turnovers that you don't see the very best teams making. But Chile will learn from that and will likely get better.
So turnover, Argentina in possession. Inbound from Daniel Villegas. Herrera will pick it up, second bounce. Madriaga trying his best to put him off. The goal stands.
So Madriaga was defending out of bounds, and that's why the goal counted automatically.
Madriaga makes his way forward into Argentine territory, watched and patrolled by Herrera. Herrera recognizing that Madriaga is one of the more dangerous players for Chile. Knocks it away out of the grasp of Nascimento.
Madriaga and Novoa are certainly potential building blocks for this Chilean team, but demonstrating their inexperience was that last play as well.
So Herrera will take a rest alongside Nascimento and Villegas as well. Foa is back with us, as is Abes for Argentina. Canyumil as well. And Aranset back on court for Argentina. And they make these substitutions very rarely in singles. It's usually pairs or the entire quartet. Just explain that for us.
Well, because of the 8-point classification maximum, what you'll normally see happen is coaches substituting players in groups of 4. So a 3.5 with a 0.5, a 2 with a 2, etc. What's happening right now with the ball coming in bounds, the players are circling and circling, and the Argentinians, what they're trying to do is to front and not allow the ball to come into Madriaga, which they were still able to do. And what they want instead is to force them to pass it to a lower class player who may not have the strength, A, to be fast enough to get it across the half court, or once they get the ball to be able to pass it to another player.
Into the penalty box is Aranset. So Argentina short-handed. Chile on the power play. Can they score from inside their own court? Navarro waving Madriaga forward, looking to connect with him, waving in front of him, he's saying go. Rapazzo facing up with Canyamel. Over halfway. Can he connect with Madriaga? He's waiting for the pass to come. It does find Madriaga. 24 seconds remaining. Manages to dribble, and then with Clearwater ahead of him, scoots over for Chile, who are into double figures.
That was a nice play by Madriaga, recognizing that he had to back out in order to get separation from the earlier pick. So there he is, going the opposite way of what you might have expected, and then he's able to go in for the score. Good pressure by the Chileans.
Timeout called. I believe it was a timeout. I think that's what I saw the referee.
Yes, that's
signal.
right.
Keep one eye on the players, one eye on the ball, and one eye on the officials for the for the explanation of the calls from time to time. But it is indeed a timeout, with Argentina well in control as we draw near to the halftime hooter. Or is it a buzzer? It's a buzzer, I guess. We hear whistles, we hear buzzers. Hooters as well we get sometimes. In some sports. It's true. I've heard halftime hooters.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, we speak the same language in yet. Okay, buzzer it is. Well, as you say, Argentina certainly haven't taken it easy on Chile. They've come to do a professional job, and they've opened up a big lead as we head towards halftime here. And, you know, in a competition situation, there's no mercy rule. You get on and you do what you have to do.
That's right, and I mentioned earlier that I think Argentina is disappointed that they're not able to play in a semifinal match.
That was a buzzer.
that was
a buzzer. Now we're on the same page. Timeout is complete. Inbound from Fur for Argentina. We're going to take a big lead into half-time. Leonardo Abes using some good maneuvering skills to get over halfway. Ahead of him is Foa, who scored 1 goal in every game, Foa. He's not known for his goal-scoring abilities. Out for Aranset. Hit by Madriaga, and then by Rodriguez. Canyamel the ball.
Watch this, he's going to plow his way through. The Chileans didn't even bother to try and set a block.
Fernando Canyamel, 10 goals in the previous game that lost to Colombia. As you say, he's not the fastest or the flashiest player, but he's just strong as an ox. The Argentine 24, Canyamel. Guess who? Here comes Madriaga.
Sticking with the bull metaphor with Canyamel, the Chilean players were like matadors, and they just basically threw their capes in the way and hoped for the best. Madriaga, again, showing his strength and his
Madriaga didn't start
agility.
this game, but he's already up to 5 goals and leading the Chileans. Next best is 2 for the red vests of Chile. Throw the ball across, Canyamel again.
Nice pass by Foa. Seeing Canyamel cutting through the key was right on the money. Right over top of Madriaga. Perfect spot for Canyamel to catch it with only a split second before he crossed the goal line.
Worth making the point there, as you say, he did manage to gather it in and control it, but there is that momentum issue as you cross the goal line. If you're taking a pass in, as Canyamel did there, you've got to be in control of the volleyball, as we are playing with, before those wheels cross, correct?
Exactly. It's like a wide receiver needing to have control of the ball before having his feet go out of bounds.
Big hit from Madriaga for no other reason than he could. On Leonardo Abes. Here comes Canyamel down the left-hand flank. Lob pass.
Oh, great fight.
Ranset thought he had it. Madriaga wished to disagree.
Madriaga has great physical skills. Like, he has the potential to be a top player. There aren't many that are able to reach back like he is right here and pull the ball out. He's got a bright future.
Being boxed in away from your shot here, and there is a reason for that, because the Argentines realize he is that dangerous, elusive customer.
You'll notice these sport chairs have lower backrests than normal to allow players to reach back, as Madriaga did there. However, having said that, what it does is it makes it very tiring to sit in those sport chairs because you don't have the backrest to relax.
Relax in wheelchair rugby? Find me another sentence in which the words wheelchair rugby and relax appear, because I can't think of one. Okay.
Point taken. Point taken.
Madriaga the hits on a Ranset, forced to come left. He finds some room at the corner. Rodriguez blocking his path, which again was Madriaga.
So the Chileans were able to hold in the Argentinian for 10 seconds in the key, and that was the call that was made there before he was able to score. So turnover.
30 seconds left in the second period until that 5-minute half-time relief for players and fans. Rodriguez forward, Madriaga, of course, the target, gathers it on the first bounce and scoots in for the easy score. But if the Chileans could do that every time, they'd be a heck of a lot more competitive. But of course, you can't expect somebody like Madriaga to play every second of every game. And Rodriguez, of course, is not always going to connect with him. But every now and then, they make it look very easy.
They certainly show signs that they have the potential to take the next step. I really just think it's a matter of practice and a matter of experience.
Into the penalty box for the Chileans is Andres Picello. So in these final moments of the first half, as Canyamel pulls his way down the left wing in for a run set, and 10 seconds left in the period. May not be time for the Chileans to get up the other end. Madriaga is making his way, watched by Foa on halfway, forced back into his own half of the field. Rodriguez looking to connect with him. The time is going to expire on everybody. There is the half-time buzzer. And a half that has been truly dominated by the Argentinians, both in the first and the second periods. 12 more goals for the Argentinians. More resistance from Chile with the introduction of Madriaga in that second period. But at half-time, Argentina leading Chile 32-12. Half-time stats for you. Argentina with a 20-goal advantage. Look at the number of turnovers that Chile have committed, and that, David, that gets very, very costly.
Yeah, there's usually an inverse relationship between turnovers and goals, and this certainly follows through here. Chile needs to do a better job of that.
With playing comes the experience. And the only way to get better is to play better teams than yourself. And Chile have certainly found that throughout this tournament, and once again today. Juan Herrera has been one of the leading lights for the Argentinians, as has this man, Matias Cardozo, as both goal scorer and provider as well.
Yeah, Argentina, I don't think, not surprisingly, is dominating this game, but at the same time, certainly a few bright lights for Chile. Madriaga being one of them with his hitting and his scoring, his tough defense. And if nothing else, it's been an entertaining first half, with both teams wanting to finish the tournament with a win.
Reminding you, this is the match for 5th and 6th place. And as long as Argentina avoid defeat, they will finish in 5th place as we begin to build towards the semi-finals. But that's a little later in the day. Half-time here between the South American rivals, Argentina by 20 after 2 periods.
When you see
Welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre, west of Toronto. It is day 6 of wheelchair rugby. You're watching the 5th, 6th place match between the blue and white stripes of Argentina and the red vests of Chile. In that first half, 12 goals for Juan Herrera of Argentina. Doesn't start the second half. They have Stupanengo, Cardozo, Camusi and Pantin Colombo. As Chile score the opening goal of the second half through number 8, Cristian Madriaga. His teammates on court, 5, Alejandro Duran, 6, Juan Rodriguez, and 12, Andres Vicello.
Camusi went out of bounds on that last play at the baseline, which resulted in a turnover.
So inbound from Chile's number 12, Vicello. Trying to find Madriaga. Held up by the pylon. Throws the ball away in frustration.
Again, Madriaga showing his passion for this game. He just couldn't control his chair, hitting the pylon, and therefore being out of bounds.
Matias Cardozo.
He certainly wears his heart on his sleeve, which I like. I like that.
Halfway, reaching in was Rodriguez. Half stopped him. Madriaga will try and
no, he lost control.
Camusi took the hand off from Cardozo, but couldn't gather it in. Wasn't in control.
So it was a good pass by Herrera.
Cardozo this time.
Or Cardozo, sorry. And his teammate wasn't able to maintain possession.
Camusi just dropped it as he crossed the goal line, so no goal that time round. Here is Rodriguez live for Chile, using his teammate as cover. Madriaga, Rodriguez, the dribble.
Nice pass.
Easy ball in for Madriaga. Got all that frustration out of his system this time. 8 goals for the flame-haired Chilean. Cardozo using Pantin Colombo as the screen.
Nice pass.
For Camusi, but his way is blocked by a posse of red vests. They pick it up, they do. Cardozo will continue. Trying to get away from Rodriguez, reaching in.
Only 10 seconds on the shot clock. Good pressure by Chile.
Cardozo again. 5 seconds remaining. Will be backing in for the score.
With only 3 seconds left on the shot clock. That was a tricky pass, because it was quite a distance out, but it was right on the money, and his teammate was able to back it in.
Cross 3 red vests into the lap of Camusi, and the score for Argentina.
Madriaga not having the wherewithal to contain that pass, resulting in a turnover.
Back in the thick of it again, battling with Cardozo. Combined with Camusi.
Yeah,
And again.
it's rare for a player to score by going backwards that far out. Camusi needed to turn earlier. On that last play, Madriaga did a great job of creating a jump ball by getting his hand on the ball, although that's a risky maneuver because all Camusi needs to do is raise his arms and it becomes a foul for reaching in.
Inbound from Pantin Colombo finds Cardozo, 1 bounce. Camusi on the edge of the key area. As Cardozo swirls around looking for the gap.
Nice
Change
play.
of pace. Change of direction from Cardozo allows Camusi over for the easy score.
Rodriguez needs to do a better job of staying. See, Rodriguez came over way too far in the center and it just opened up for an easy score.
Madriaga at pace. Gets hit by Cardozo. But the strength of Madriaga takes him past all challenges and in for the 9th goal of his particular afternoon. 15 in total for Chile. Camusi from Pantin Colombo. Duran initially blocks the way, then Madriaga.
Oh, lucky bounce off of Rodriguez.
Cardozo now will get away. Not even Madriaga can stop him. Cardozo takes his personal tally up to 6. Herrera doubled that. He's not on court at the moment. We saw this a moment ago, Madriaga against Cardozo, and again, Madriaga demonstrating that speed and that agility and that determination to get away from a player like Cardozo, who himself is no slouch.
Madriaga showing again those physical skills that I've talked about earlier that I think could allow him to become a top player. One of them being just good straightaway speed.
Bears repeating the fact that this is the first major competition that Madriaga has taken part in for Chile, and a lot of these players have been playing at the elite level for 10, 15 years. So he's a novice at this particular level, but you'd never know it by the execution and the level of play he's brought to this Chilean team this week.
No, agreed. He's certainly showed great development as you saw him come back, recognizing that his teammates were in tough. And then the ability just to turn the corner and accelerate so quickly. And Cardozo, as you just mentioned earlier, he's not the slowest player out there, so the ability to turn the corner on Cardozo.
Those arm muscles pumping, the determination on the face of Madriaga. Terrific to watch. And each of the teams has one of these key players who just inspires those around him in terms of the teammates, ups the level of the team generally. And certainly Madriaga is that player for Chile.
Both teams are using their entire bench in this final game of the tournament, which is great to see. Everyone getting an opportunity to get some international experience.
Cardozo is away, but referee's whistle will bring it back.
So Madriaga showing his inexperience right there, committing a relatively silly foul, reaching in. I don't want to criticize his aggression, because I think that's what makes him a good player, but you just need to know when to rein it in.
So true in so many sports. Controlled aggression, as they say. Easy pass for Camusi from Cardozo. Sometimes the goals are very easily put together, and sometimes it takes every player on every team and every hit in the book. And Madriaga out of the penalty box, but can't control the bouncing ball to force it over the line.
So, and again, we show the, I don't know if it's the paradox of Madriaga or just the extremes. So, the one play, he's showing us the great physical skills of his breakaway speed, and the next one, he demonstrates a lack of focus by making a simple turnover because of not paying attention to where the ball was.
It was meant for Cardozo, but he couldn't rein it in.
So what the Argentinians are trying to do is to set themselves up for an easy score into the key, but the Chileans were not allowing them to do that.
The hit you heard inevitably came from Madriaga. Those big hits reverberate around this arena. Camusi locked in the key. Cardozo trying to go around the back. And Camusi indeed does so.
Cardozo showing his leadership and his experience, recognizing that the corner was open if he could get around to set the pick, which he was able to do here. And then you see Camusi able just to sneak in.
Substitutions on the way for Argentina. 6 is Viegas, 13 Nascimento, 12 is Gastaldi, and number 1 is Juan Herrera.
We mentioned earlier that the benches were being emptied. I think it bears repeating that this is the very first time that wheelchair rugby, Madriaga going out of bounds. Again, one of those errors that you don't see the top players on the United States and Canada making.
And you'll
very
notice
often.
that the chair, not even the wheel was out of bounds, but that left wheel was on the red tape and on the line is out of bounds in wheelchair rugby. Nascimento gets hits, needs some help. We'll find it from Villegas, but it's not going to count.
So the goal didn't count because the Argentinian, number 13, had gone out of bounds just after he passed the ball. So an offensive player going out of bounds on the goal line nullifies that easy score.
Chile, as a result, will pick up possession. And inbound from Bisello.
Nice play by Nascimento to knock that down. Otherwise, Madriaga was off to the races. Herrera watching Madriaga closely. Also being a bit of a free safety, guarding against too long passes.
Madriaga, the target, does pick it up now. Now can Herrera get across to stop him? Herrera's doing his best. Weaving one way than the other, Madriaga. Stopped briefly by Nascimento, and then Herrera into block as well. The route down the left-hand court. Shot clock down to 15. Turning is Flores. Flores might get in here.
That was a very nice play by Flores to read the block by Madriaga because he had a long ways to go. Yeah.
Well, sometimes the goals, as I say, it's one long pass, there's no marking, and sometimes like this, I mean, look at the relief on his face and the fist pump with Madriaga when they finally managed to get it over the line. It's, sometimes it's just all grit and determination.
Flores just made another great play there.
Madriaga blocking off players ahead of him, which allows Flores in again. Well, 2 goals in less than 60 seconds for the Chilean number 10, Christopher Flores. Herrera turning away from Madriaga, who's back for more, reaching in. Look at the pace and the control. And Herrera just glanced over his shoulder to find that Madriaga hadn't gone away.
No.
And was trying to knock him out just as he was going to score. Had the presence of mind and the strength to just coast over. Great determination displayed once again by Madriaga. Flores on the edge of his D. Madriaga, 12 seconds to get it out.
Chileans calling a timeout, knowing that the 12 seconds was just about to expire, resulting in a turnover, but they retain possession.
20 points, 20 goals, the difference between Argentina and Chile. 2:24 remaining in the third quarter.
So the point I was trying to make earlier is this is the very first time wheelchair rugby's been played in the Parapan American Games. The Parapan American Games are still in their relative infancy as well, only the 5th iteration of those games.
Well, it certainly hasn't disappointed as a competitive sport. I've been transfixed by this the entire week. It's difficult not to get attracted to this sport. As Flores wheels away again, he's going to get hit from behind by 2 Argentines. Half launch to Madriaga.
Flores and Madriaga, look at them, they are pumped.
And there is a classic demonstration of why it's easy to fall in love with this sport. Just
Nice
sheer
pass by
grit,
Flores.
determination, and not a little bit of skill as well from Flores, who connects again with Madriaga.
The smile says it all.
Villegas picks up for Argentina. Villegas a 2.5 athlete over halfway. Ahead of him, Madriaga and Herrera.
That goal.
Their own private little battle, which allowed Villegas in to score unhindered.
I was just going to make the same comment. Herrera created that whole goal by simply just sitting beside Madriaga the whole way down the court. Madriaga couldn't make a play.
Madriaga's going to need some extra tape on that left arm.
Certainly no shortage of duct tape and athletic tape used in this game.
And inner tubes as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Those tires. A couple of days ago, we had a chance to talk to the Canadian equipment manager, and he spelled out in round numbers what each athlete carries with him or her in terms of spare parts, so to speak. They all have a couple of spare wheels, 2 or 3, but in terms of tubes, each athlete will bring anything up to 20, because these wheelchairs take one heck of a pounding from all sorts of angles through the course of a tournament.
Nigel, you also mentioned his or her, and while neither of these teams has a female player on their squad, it is worth noting that it is a mixed gender sport. Of the 6 teams participating, only Colombia had a female member on their team, although Canada did have a female athlete listed, but was unable to participate in this tournament due to illness.
Well, everybody's got their fingers in the pot here and trying to steal it away. What's the referee decided? It's going to be...
So they called a jump ball because they, all intents and purposes, couldn't tell who had the ball.
Everybody claiming possession. Nobody is prepared to concede, of course, but you wouldn't expect them to.
No.
It's competitive sport. Gastaldi of Argentina will get the responsibility of inbounding as the changes are made by Chile. Back is Novoa and Rodriguez and Ruiz as well, wearing 11. And the Argentines to switch as well. Back is Canyamil and Abes. So Canyamil, the ball inbounds for Cardozo. Makes his way to the key. Cardozo, the dribble. No room that side. Forced to turn away from Flores, who reaches in. The long pass, an errant one this time.
They've retained possession, so it's now 20 seconds left on their shot clock.
Cardozo.
Oh, Canyamil was open, but he didn't know.
He certainly wasn't expecting that. Cardozo just tried to almost put it in his lap, and Cardozo wasn't looking. 2 of them weren't on the same page, and the opportunity goes away.
So watch Herrera, he's trying to give Canyamil the ball for an easy score, and Canyamil wasn't paying attention.
I'm not sure what the Spanish for hoy is. It might just be hoy. You know, hoy is today in Spanish, I know that much. Ruiz offloads for Rodriguez, now in for Novoa. Novoa, has he got the strength? Forced to turn away by Cardozo. Pop ball, finds his way back to Novoa, all by good luck and good management. And he'll get in at the corner.
Nice play by Novoa to stick with it, to have the patience and the fortitude to continue going, because he must have been turned away on that series 2 or 3 different times.
This might be the final move of the 3rd quarter. 22 seconds remaining in it. Nascimento.
So there's an example there too, where Argentina is showing their lack of experience. Most teams would have held on to the ball and tried to score with 2 or 3 seconds left, so that they would then retain possession in the next quarter. But instead, Nascimento just went ahead and scored quickly.
Novoa, but only 8 seconds remaining in the period, so whatever they're going to do, they need to do it pretty quickly. Down to 3. Clock buzzer might well beat them. It does. Just as Ruiz was on the doorstep, the buzzer denied him the goal. third period. Third period, once again, has gone the way of Argentina, but not as one-sided as certainly the first and the second quarter. Chile beginning to make a game of it and doing their best to store some pride at the end of this third period. They trail Argentina by 42 goals to 21. Cristian Madriaga has been a revelation in this tournament for Chile. I'm going to say it one more time for you. This is the first time he has played in a significant international competition, but he has made a name for himself here in Mississauga.
And we've talked about Chile needing to try and find ways and opportunities to make wins and to capitalize on those wins and build on those wins. That last quarter, the score was 10-9 for Argentina. And I think a lot of it had to do with the enthusiasm that Madriaga brought to his team.
Well, there's no coincidence that Madriaga leads the Chilean scorers of their 21 goals. Cristian Madriaga has 12 of them. Next best is Flores with 3, so a measure of the influence of Madriaga on this Chilean team.
And those 3 goals by Flores, if I recall correctly, were all directly related to Madriaga's play.
Fourth quarter from the Mississauga Sports Center between Chile, who will inbound for Carlos Novoa. The blue and white stripes of Argentina, who've outscored them 2-1 over 3 periods and are looking to put an exclamation point on that in this final period and lock up a 5th place in the final standings. This is the game for 5th and 6th. Mishandle there from Flores, the Chilean number 10. Brian Nascimento has time to gather that in after the initial fumble. It comes in on Novoa from Cardoso. Nascimento, the dribble, 2 ahead of him. Shot clock down to 15. Of those 40 seconds, you have to execute the move, and they will do so. If Nascimento can force his way over, he does.
Nascimento made about 4 or 5 fairly straightforward but effective plays on that whole series. And just prior to this pass that you're seeing coming to him where he's scoring the goal, he very patiently allowed his teammates to get set up, made about 3 or 4 different dribbles just to keep the ball alive.
Timeout call. On call this time. And Carlos Novoa, the Chilean number 4, there he is talking to his teammates.
Novoa is certainly one of those players that I think Chile can build upon. One of the team leaders. And here he is. You can see him extolling his teammates, trying to help them understand how this is an opportunity for them to practice and get better. Maybe not win today's game, but they're all little steps towards getting better as a team.
Juan Rodriguez looking long, goes short for Novoa in the end. Novoa's got some speed, takes the hit from Nascimento, but manages to get the pass away for Flores.
It's a nice combination from Novoa to Flores. Smooth pass, Flores able to corral it in. Novoa doing so knowing that he was just about to take that big hit from Nascimento.
And Yamil finds Cardoso, quickly offloads to Leonardo Abes. And Novoa did really well to get back and block him. It's that superior speed from Novoa, the Chilean number 4. Can Yamil further left if they can find it, and in the end, Abes over despite the efforts of Navarro to deny him.
That was a smart play by Abes, knowing that Canyamel was in trouble, but was being surrounded by Chileans, so there was an opportunity to make that quick cut into the key.
Blocked in, needs to stay in bounds. Still in bounds, referee's just having a look at that line. For Rodriguez, now Flores, has he got the speed? Blocked off by Nascimento. Flores, can he keep it in? He can, he's done really well, Flores. And will score with great determination.
Flores did a great job. Rodriguez needs to do to lay up a better pass. But Flores bails him out just through sheer grit.
Canyamel and Nascimento getting a little too familiar. They need to be separated manually. Abes out of the key.
Oh, and Abes thought Canyamel was going to continue going.
Nascimento picks up the loose ball and will scoot in for the score.
Again, we're seeing some players on the court right now that we wouldn't normally see, and you're seeing their inexperience with some of their passes.
Well, the only way to improve in any sport is to get out there, practice in competitive conditions, and every single game we have seen in this 2015 Parapan Am wheelchair rugby tournament has been competitive. They haven't necessarily been close games, David, in terms of the final score, but every single player has shown that competitive spirit, that will to win, that ability and will to contribute to the team's cause.
No, I have certainly not seen a single player who I would characterize as dogging it or taking a second off. They are definitely enjoying themselves, but they're enjoying themselves through great effort.
This man embodies that competitive spirit. Number one for Argentina, Juan Herrera. It's been a joy to watch this week. Navarro can't control it. Herrera can. Watch him turn away. Flores manages to keep his balance. Another shimmy away from Navarro.
It's a bit like a water bug.
Look at that. Terrific stuff from Navarro. From Herrera, I beg your pardon. And he made hands off for Camusi to score. So unselfish as well.
Yeah, a bit like a water bug. He darts this way, that way. Behind you, he's in front of you. It's tough to keep track of where he's going.
And it is remarkable. We watched it all week, but a double amputee who manages to maneuver his chair. And sometimes it's just a matter of, you know, leaning to the right or to the left to know what his chair needs, just those subtle changes of direction.
That's right, and players adapt, certainly, to their disability. I'd hesitate even using that word in this particular instance. They adapt to what they have, and it's always interesting to me to see how each individual is able to do so, and he's a perfect example of that, doing just as you noted. His body awareness and his ability to weave in and out through subtle movements in his body are fascinating.
Well, this is Jose Venegas wearing 1 for the Chileans. Herrera and Madriaga resume hostilities. Herrera again away from Novoa.
Oh, but an error that, again, if Argentina expects to be playing for a bronze medal, they can't make those kind of mistakes.
Rare error from Herrera. Does that rhyme? A rare error from Herrera? I guess it does. Unintentional, but I guess it works. Unintentional from Herrera as well, because it means a turnover.
And the reason why they retain possession is...
that's my next question.
...is Chile was called for contact before the whistle. Although I think it was hard to tell whether it was Madriaga or Canyamel who initiated the contact. The referee decided it was Madriaga.
Novoa waiting patiently for battle to resume.
They just appear to be exchanging the wheels on the player throwing it in from out of bounds.
Bisello over there needing some running repairs. There we are, good to go. Something David's spoken about all week, how quickly those equipment managers and technicians manage to effect those repairs. Talking of quick, Herrera is in again. Like a Formula One pit crew.
They really are efficient.
They really are. They are extremely well disciplined. Here's Rodriguez for Madriaga. Takes the hit from Gastaldi. Looking for Novoa, but in the way it was Canyamil. Herrera with that quick change of direction. Managed to gather it in. There's the left foot, left hand, left forearm pass forward. Camusi does manage to pick it up. The dribble. Looking for some help here. He's boxed in, Camusi. Rodriguez looking to reach in. Camusi manages to get some traction.
Oh, great vision by Camusi to see that hole from so far away and to know that it was going to open up for him.
He's not the fastest, Camusi. You don't necessarily, I mean, it is a help, of course, in any sport. But when your teammates are doing the hard work in making those blocks on opponents, as you see, Camusi was looking across a sea of faces and chairs and managed to spot the gap at the far pylon, as did Herrera.
Yeah, it's one thing for you and I sitting up here in the booth to see it from above. It's another thing to see it from down low. You see Herrera again, using his speed.
Novoa trying to hand it off. Couldn't quite find Rodriguez. It's quite an animated discussion between the two going on, as the Argentinians think about making those changes, and here come second quartet. The 6 is Villegas. Fo is back with us. Pati Colombo. Cardozo. Three minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Argentina have reached a half century. They did that only once before, and that was in their previous victory in the round-robin stages over Chile. Again, they won by 53 goals to 14. So Chile have found more offense in this return game. And for Villegas, gathered in by Rodriguez. Looking for Madriaga, finds him. Pace from Madriaga, keeps his balance as well. Scoops away to score.
And you can hear the crowd cheering. He really is a fan favorite here in Mississauga. And he takes the hit. He's strong enough and has enough wherewithal to maintain his balance and continue forward.
Cardozo, one bounce, looking for Villegas, over halfway, finds him. Rodriguez with the hit. Big hit between Pantin Colombo and Madriaga. That's probably the biggest hit we've seen all day.
And Madriaga takes his frustration out by committing a silly foul, reaching it. So here comes the big hit.
That was the first one. It's the one that's coming up next as Madriaga comes round the side and connected with Pantin Colombo. Just out of your shot there. It was a mighty crunch between the two of them. And Madriaga into the penalty box. For a roof, we'll have another look here.
There's the reach in after the hit, showing his frustration.
So Argentina inbound with Pantin Colombo. A little over 2 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter as Novoa is wheeled away.
This is the first time,
isn't it,
we've seen a player have to come out with an injury, which is unbelievable when you think about the hits and the falls that these guys take.
Just keep an eye on Novoa for me as Juan Foa backs in to score. Now it's just getting some medical attention over there, Novoa. And you're absolutely right. I mean, this is the 16th game, I guess, we've seen, all told. And look at the number of hits and the number of tip-overs. It's remarkable that there are not more on-court injuries Villegas will scoot in for the Argentine score. Turning is Flores. His own man Venegas behind him. Flores, the turnover, Villegas couldn't quite pull it in. So Chile possession with Juan Rodriguez, their co-captain. Madriaga met with a thump by Villegas, and timeout, I believe.
Yeah, Chile was able to call timeout just before Madriaga went out of bounds. And that was a smart play by Villegas and Cardozo from Argentina, pinning Madriaga in the corner there, and forcing that timeout.
Changes on the way, as you can see, for Chile in these last 2 minutes. Leandro Duran in the goggles is back with us. Here is Juan Foa to find a way past Rodriguez, does so, hands off to Cardozo. And a comfortable score for Argentina. Is Bicello for Chile, inbound from behind his own goal line, finds Rodriguez over the top of Villegas. Now looking for Madriaga, battling with Cardozo. But another turnover from the Chileans. Cardozo will not need the invitation, got hit by Rodriguez. Villegas into the gap. For Villegas. His most productive game of the tournament. Madriaga hits by Cardozo. Another giveaway straight into the arms of Pantin Colombo. Madriaga doing his best to rectify his error, reaching in, hand off to Villegas. Into the final minute, Cardozo on the edge of the key, just ahead of Foa, couldn't control it. Just a word between captain and, well, the two co-captains, Foa and Cardozo.
So showing perhaps the difference in the classification there. Juan Foa being a class 1.0, doesn't have the finger dexterity perhaps of a player who would be classified as a 2 or a 2.5.
Rodriguez being bothered, trying to get it away, only into the arms of Villegas. In the key, can only stay in there for 10 seconds. So with Cardozo, he's forced outwards. They can reset the Argentines. Villegas, can he find the gap? He can. Help from Cardozo, who just cut off Madriaga. Madriaga was about to go out of bounds, couldn't collect it in. Cardozo took over, and in for Villegas again. Those turnovers are always a problem for the teams of less ability. And as David has said, it's very much the case in most sports. Madriaga, though, it's the hit from Foa. Stopped temporarily, Madriaga. Pantin Colombo in as well to complete the hit, and then thrown away by Madriaga, who leans back in frustration. So far, he ends up on his backside.
He certainly hasn't lost his passion for this game. Madriaga, disappointed with himself, showing his frustration so much so, he tips himself right over backwards.
Well, he's an entertainer, isn't he? He really is. I mean, he obviously loves to be out there loves to compete. But there's a certain amount of theatre about Madriaga.
Yes. And the crowd loves it.
Oh, for sure they do. Madriaga, of course, right on cue, picks it up. Can he keep it in bounds? He cannot, doesn't matter. It's all over now.
He bounces it off his teammate's head to end the game.
We're done. It's all over. For the 5th and 6th place, Argentina complete a comfortable win over Chile. Madriaga has caught the eye throughout the week and didn't disappoint again today. Argentina, perhaps stung by that final loss to Colombia, came out and completed a professional job against Chile to finish 5th. Look at the smiles, the embraces. Madriaga and Novoa. Chile have won a lot of friends at this tournament. They haven't won a game, but they've impressed plenty of us with their attitude. And it's a path on which they will improve, David.
Every team has to start from somewhere, and this is a historical moment with Chile participating in wheelchair rugby. So there's only one way for them to go, and that's up. I think they have a couple of building blocks, and they'll get better. And at least they've got that passion and enthusiasm that you need as a cornerstone for any team.
As far as the stats are concerned, for Argentina, Juan Herrera leading the way with 15 goals. Behind him, Cardozo with 8. Camusi with 6 and 5 apiece for Nascimento and Canyamel. It will not surprise you to know that's the leading goal scorer for Chile. Was indeed Christian Madriaga. Served a couple of penalties, but also served up 13 goals for the Chilean cause. A losing cause, but Chile will be back and will want more. On this day, they have to give best to Argentina, who beat Chile by 56 goals to 24.
And from Brazil, the parcours l'Argentine. Now for the starting lineups. Et l'arrivée de départ pour le Chili. Attention initiale de Argentina.
Wheelchair rugby is a mixed-gender sport. Players move the ball by carrying, dribbling, or passing it toward the opponent's end. Contact between wheelchairs is allowed, and players frequently collide as they attempt to stop their opponents and take control of the ball.
El rugby en silla de ruedas es un deporte mixto, donde los jugadores mueven la pelota llevándola haciendo amabes o pasándola hacia el extremo del oponente. Se permite el contacto entre las sillas de ruedas y los jugadores se caen con frecuencia cuando intentan detener a los oponentes y controlar la pelota.
The game is played on a hardwood court that is marked by boundary lines, a center line, a center circle, and two key areas. A standard volleyball is used.
El partido se juega en una cancha de piso de madera con líneas que marcan los límites, una línea central y un círculo central y dos áreas principales. Se utiliza un estándar de voleibol.
The game consists of 4 8-minute quarters. There is a 2-minute break between quarters and a 5-minute break at halftime.
El juego se divide en 4 cuartos de 8 minutos. Se otorgan 2 minutos de descanso entre los 4 y 5 minutos de descanso en el primer tiempo.
The object of the game is to carry the ball across the opposing team's goal line. 2 wheels must cross the line for the goal to count, and the player must have firm control of the ball when he or she crosses the line. Teams have 40 seconds to score on each possession.
El objetivo del juego es llevar la pelota hasta la línea de gol del oponente. Para que el gol sea válido, las dos ruedas deben pasar la línea y el jugador debe tener el pleno control de la pelota cuando cruza la línea. Los equipos tienen 40 segundos para marcar en cada posesión.
Wheelchair rugby players are allocated one of 7 different sport classes: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0, and 3.5.
Los jugadores de rugby en silla de ruedas se dividen en 7 clases deportivas: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0 y 3.5.
With 0.5 class consisting of athletes with the most significant activity limitation through to 3.5 class athletes who have the least eligible impairment. To ensure fairness, the total permitted classification point value of all players on the court is 8.0 per team. This requires teams to fill a mix of players with different classification point values, which ensures a fair and balanced competition level.
Esto requiere que los equipos pongan en juego una combinación de jugadores con diferentes puntos de clasificación, lo que asegura un nivel justo y equilibrado de competencia.
For each female athlete on the court, a team is permitted an additional 0.5 points.
Por cada atleta femenina de la cancha, el equipo puede tener 0.5 puntos adicionales.
We can get to 85. So let's do it one more time, but we're gonna do it like we ain't never going home. We're gonna party real hard. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, make some noise! Hey, let's go! Hey. Incredible, thank you very much. I think we are ready for some semi-final action. When I say wheelchair, you say rugby. Wheelchair, wheelchair. All right, let's go, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause.
sur le match entre le Canada et le Brésil commencera dans quelques minutes. Damas y caballeros, el partido entre Canadá y Brasil comenzará en unos momentos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are minutes away from great semifinal action between Canada and Brazil.
Welcome to the Mississauga Sports Centre, just minutes away from Toronto's International Airport, about 45 minutes from downtown. It is semi-final action at the 2015 Parapan American Games in wheelchair rugby. Canada against Brazil. Canada with a perfect record up until that final game against the United States, which they lost by a point in double overtime. As far as the Brazilians are concerned, they come in with a 3-2 record, having already played the Canadians and lost, as you can see there, 65 goals to 32. Next order of business is to introduce you to the players, the rosters for both Canada and Brazil.
Mesdames et messieurs, représentant le Canada. Señoras y señores, representando a Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing Canada, their captain, number 10, Trevor Hirschfield. Number 2, Travis Morale. Number 4, Jason Crone. Number 7, Byron Green. Number 8, Mike Whitehead. Number 9, Cody Caldwell. Number 11, Fabien Lavoie. Number 12, Patrice Dejanay. Number 14, David Whittlesey. Number 15, Patrice Simard. Number 33, Zach Liddell. Canada's head coach, Kevin Orr.
Et représentant le Brésil. Representando a Brasil.
And now representing Brazil, number 1, Zilson Jr. Number 2, Lucas Junqueira. Number 3, Anderson Kais. Number 4, Jose Hao Gunther. Number 5, Alexander Taniguchi. Number 6, Jose Hijinu. Number 7, Bruno Damasio. Senu. Number 8, Javier Hoffman. Number 9, Davi Abreu. Number 10, Luis Fernando Cavalli. Number 11, Moises Batista. Number 12, Alexandra Giuriatu. Brazil's head coach, Luis Gustavo Pena.
Os árbitros do match são os árbitros de este partido são
And the referees for this evening's semifinal match from Australia, Liam Costello, and from Great Britain, Brian Ward.
Nigel Reid in the booth alongside David Legg, the first semi-final. And now we're playing for real, David.
Number 2,
This is an elimination final.
Number 7,
Canada can't afford to come into this relaxed, thinking that because they've already beaten Brazil, it's going to be a cakewalk, that's for sure.
Having said that, Canada will come in as hot favourites to win this first semi-final and advance to the gold and silver game. Canada in those red vests, and Brazil in yellow and green. Starting lineup for Canada. Watch out for number 33, Zach Medal. He is a star on this team.
We've come up with all kinds of different nicknames for him. How about just the best in the world right now?
Number 12, Alexandre Giuriatu, is leading the scores for Brazil. He is a danger.
He is, but the player I like to watch on that lineup is number 5, Taniguchi.
So here is the bracket as it stands. Canada against Brazil in the first of the semi-finals. Canada ranked second in the world. Later tonight we will see the third-ranked team, the United States, face Colombia for that berth in the gold medal game. The two losing semi-finalists will go on to play for bronze. The expectation is that both Canada and the United States will go on and play for gold. But there are 4 teams here, and they all want their hands on a medal in 24 hours from now. Zach Medal in the centre circle, wearing 33, youngest member of the Canadian squad, up against Gilson Junior as we get set for the opening tip in this first wheelchair rugby semi-final. The goals will be fast and furious. If you blink, you might just miss something. And a violation right from the off.
Brazil going through the center circle before the ball had even been thrown up for the jump. Medal doesn't miss many of his jump balls, so it's probably not that much of a loss, quite frankly.
So it is 4-on-4 rugby. Zach Medal scoots away, and he will be on the score sheet for the Canadians in high numbers, you feel, coming into this game, having already seen off the Brazilians earlier in the week by a score of 65-32. That was Medal's highest scoring game, with 23 goals of his own in that particular encounter. But it's not about one man, it's about a 12-man roster, or a 12-person roster, I should say, because this is a mixed-gender sport, David.
It is a mixed-gender sport, although neither team have a female competitor on their roster present. Canada did list a female athlete on their 12-person roster initially, but the one female competitor wasn't able to attend.
Cody Caldwell in for the score for Canada. Giuriatu, as we expected already, on the score sheet for the Brazilians. So 4-on-4 rugby, 1 or 2 of the basics here. We play with a regulation volleyball, but it's not about just putting 4 random athletes on the court at any one time. There is some mathematics to be taken into account as well.
One of the things that separates parasport perhaps from able-bodied sport is classification. And classification based on the disability or the functional ability.
This is Alexandre Taniguchi, who is a 2.5 athlete. We'll spell that out for you in just a moment as the ball goes out of bounds.
A rare error by Taniguchi. I find he's one of the strongest passers on the team. Here, Medal, with his speed, able to come back and turn away what in other cases would be a sure goal.
So Taniguchi is a 2.5. What does that mean, and how does it work into the equation?
So classification ranges from 0.5 to 3.5. 0.5 being the least amount of function, and 3.5 being the highest. So Zach Medal, number 33 for Canada, is listed as a 3.5. Cody Caldwell, who just scored the goal there, is listed as a 2.0. You're only allowed to have 8 points on the floor at one time. So those two players there account for 5.5. So the other two, you've got to do your basic math, can only account for 2.5.
Taniguchi for Brazil. He has been one of their prime performers through this week and propelling the Brazilians to this semi-final matchup with the Canadians. Taniguchi takes the return, then mishandles, and it's a turnover in favor of the Canadians. Travis Morao.
Taniguchi has made about 3 very uncharacteristic errors in these first few minutes. If Brazil's got any chance at all in tonight's match, he's going to have to play better.
And how on earth do you account for that? For a player like Taniguchi, who finds himself in the penalty box, he's been composed, he's been skilled, he's been quick, he's been leading the team, and yet he makes these early errors.
So what he's doing, he's reaching in like you would find in a basketball game. Each player is given their own vertical space. I don't know if it's the pressure. The one thing that we haven't talked about with this game yet is that Canada really needs to win this game because there's more at stake than simply winning the gold medal for the Parapan American Games.
Medallion for the score.
The winner of this tournament gets an automatic qualification for the Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. Now, Brazil already has qualified simply by being host in 2016. But only Canada or the United States can qualify through this tournament. Now, there is still one other possibility of qualifying subsequent to this, but certainly Canada and the United States don't want to leave it to that chance.
Rafael Hoffman offloads to Giuriato. Leading point scorer for Brazil, looking for a way around to that back pylon. Forced to come left again. Morao's in his way. Can't back up quickly enough to deny Giuriato the score.
Morao's got to seal that corner. He's got to force him inside where his help is.
Travis Morao, this is a familiar starting quartet. Offloaded in one movement by Medal. No cover.
As in most sports,
Caldwell.
as in most sports, passing is faster than actually wheeling or running the ball. So 2 very quick passes. Medal only had that ball in his hands for less than a second.
Taniguchi out from his own key or goal area. That's the rectangular area in front of the goals. Hoffman offloads to Giuriato. Better this time for Morao, who did manage to cut him off. Hoffman on the far side. Watched by Medal. Taniguchi's making his way into the key area. He can only stay there for 10 seconds. Giuriato with the score for Brazil.
That was a very nice pass from Hoffman into the key area. He had all 3 of his other players in the key area, so he had lots to choose from.
Haven't yet had a chance to really see Zach Medal show his speed. Just showed a glimpse of that acceleration there, but he is very quick, very elusive, and so skillful when it comes to not only the ball handling, but the maneuverability of his chair as well. That's why he is a 3.5.
Zach Medal. I'm not quite sure what to say about him anymore because I've just said so many complimentary things. But his game is just unparalleled. He can do everything.
Great no-look pass there from Caldwell from Medal. And Medal, of course, finds the gap. Heartbreak for Medal last night when he was literally on the doorstep. There's his mum, Wendy.
All the way from beautiful downtown Okotoks, Alberta. And I know you know where Okotoks, Alberta is now.
I do now. And everybody should visit that.
Yes, they should.
They're going to put a statue up of Zach Medal in there. Giuriato. I don't know that they're going to put a statue up, but it wouldn't surprise me.
They should, I agree.
Here is Medal again. Left-handed for Caldwell. And Cody Caldwell.
Nice play by Caldwell, realizing it had been cut off by Hoffman, but knowing that Medal was trailing him, and it was just an easy pass to Medal for the score.
What we should say about Medal is, if you haven't watched him before, he is the baby of the bunch as far as Canada is concerned. He's only 21 years of age. He's only been playing this game for 4 years. And he's playing alongside teammates in their 30s and 40s who've been playing the game for 15 or 20 years. As Medel picks it up again, the question is, why is he so good and yet so relatively inexperienced?
Well, it's a combination of things. I suspect I mean, he's a hard worker, so it's not necessarily just natural talent. I've seen the guy train, and he's a beast in the weight room. Right now, what he's doing is training with the wheelchair basketball club here in Toronto at the Canadian Sport Institute at the University of Toronto at the Scarborough campus. Wheelchair basketball is primarily for those that are paraplegics, not those that would be classified for wheelchair rugby or quadriplegics. So he's playing with those that are functionally at a higher level.
Very good point you make there, and the evolution of this sport in particular, wheelchair rugby, as Medel crosses for another score. In its infancy back in the late 70s, back in Winnipeg, it was known as murder ball. But the evolution of this game means that there are all sorts of players with different abilities that have been welcomed into the game.
That's right. When the game was first created by the quad father, Duncan Campbell, in Manitoba.
I never get tired of that.
Who just became a dad. Congratulations to Duncan. It was originally designed for people who had spinal cord injuries.
Hoffman just in there and just managed to control it as he crossed the goal line. That's a factor that you'll see throughout this game. It's not just a matter of crossing, as we'll see from the replay here. Hoffman needs to be in control of the ball. Two hands on it as he crosses the Canadian goal line. Go ahead.
So the quad father in Manitoba, him and his buddies created a game primarily for people with quadriplegia, spinal cord injuries above the second thoracic level or the chest line. But they've since expanded it, and it's resulted in a much bigger game internationally. So athletes with cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, amputations, as examples of different disabilities, are now able to compete.
Taniguchi is competing. He's a terrific competitor for the Brazilians, settling into the game now. 11-6 for Canada. 2:33 left in the first period. 4 quarters of 8 minutes. Hoffman looking for a way around the back. Morau is there to cut him off. Hoffman is forced to change direction. Medel with the big left hand.
And that results in a 40-second clock violation, so Brazil unable to score. The big paw from Medel coming up and blocking the ball away, which otherwise would have been a sure score by Brazil.
Substitutions coming in for Brazil. The big hair there of number 6, Jose Higino, who is covered by Jason Crone wearing 4.
Here comes the big
Canada.
hit on Caldwell.
Caldwell took the hit but got the pass away, allowing Jason Crone to score. Word about substitutions and how and why they're made.
Well, we talked a little bit earlier about classification and the different numbers. Often what coaches will do is try and pair players, a 3.5 with a 0.5, a 2 with a 2, etc., etc.
So that the total of the quartet on the court at any time does not exceed that 8.0 limit. Gino wearing 6 for the Brazilians, for example, is a 2.0 athlete. He's a big hitter. Here is Gino. Watched by Medel, gets the hit, manages to pass it off to Damasceno. Forced backwards. Crone trying to get across to cover. Damasceno will be met by the Canadian captain, Trevor Hirschfield.
So Gino was out of bounds on the baseline, so it's a turnover. That big hit by Hirschfield and turning away a player of a higher class. So Hirschfield's a 1. Hirschfield's recognized internationally as one of the best players, and he'll receive MVPs at tournaments, and so it's not necessarily the 3.5 player that's always the best player.
Well, now just explain that, because you would expect, if you looked at a quartet on paper, that the 3.5, Zach Medel, would clearly be a much better player than a Trevor Hirschfield, as you say, who has a 1-point classification. And so when you say, you know, it's not necessarily as simple as the stats on a piece of paper.
No, exactly. So anatomically and physiologically, Zach Medel is going to have more functional ability than Hirschfield as a result of their disabilities. However, because of the 8-point classification system, Hirschfield can have a far greater impact on the game and a greater role and importance than a Medell, for instance, simply because of his ability to play above the expectations of that class and do things that perhaps aren't normally expected for a person with that functional ability, which Hirschfield does time and time again.
Timeout is over, the first for Brazil. Inbound from Crone. Quick ball forward for Caldwell. From Medell, scoots away. Gino can't cut him off. 4 goals already for Caldwell. Trying to box the Brazilians in. Gino, the exit strategy for the South Americans. Generally regarded as the 3rd best team. And away for Damasceno. Good score for the Brazilians. But in relation to the Canadians and the Americans, ranked 2 and 3 in the world, how did the Brazilians actually stack up?
Well, prior to this tournament, they were ranked 19th. So certainly a significant step below the 2 North American teams, Canada and the United States. I don't know if Brazil will climb up the rankings as a result of this performance, but they've certainly impressed me, and I think that it won't be a long time before they're into the top 10.
Certainly seen players, as you mentioned, Taniguchi, Damasceno, Davi Abreu, we haven't seen him yet, and Moises Batista, we'll see him a little bit later on. Those are 4 of the athletes, I guess you would say, that have caught the eye consistently with strong performances throughout the week.
Yes, I would agree with that. Batista in particular will be fun to watch when he comes in.
You will notice Batista, he has the white wall tires, or white wall wheels, I guess. So he's difficult to miss. He's quite a showman, Moises Batista. We will see him in the not too distant future as he waits patiently for the call from his coach, Luis Gustavo Peña. Another timeout for the Brazilians.
That timeout was called in order to avoid, there's Batista, that 12-second timeout, sorry, the 12-second violation of bringing the ball to the center line.
I'm not sure if we've discussed timings yet, but that's one of them. When you are inbounding from your own defensive court, you have 12 seconds to cross halfway, and you also have 40 seconds total on the shot clock to score that goal and execute the move. When in possession, as Gino is here now, you have to dribble once every 10 seconds. Gino obliges there. Finds Damasceno, turns away from Crone. Damasceno going around the long way. Referee's whistle.
So the infraction on that particular instance was that Canada had all 4 of their players with at least 1 wheel inside of that key area, and you're only allowed to have 3. Otherwise, what a defense would do is just pack all 4 players in the key, and there would be no room to maneuver at all.
Look who's in the penalty box, Zach Medell. So he is rendered redundant until the next score, at least.
Those rosy red cheeks of his have led to us calling him the baby-faced assassin on some occasions. I don't know if he approves of that moniker or not. His mother said it was fine.
And if his mum says it's fine, then I'm taking it. Taniguchi for Brazil as Damasceno makes his way into the key. Taniguchi looking to go himself here. Hirschfield.
So Hirschfield on defense is so good that he's able to play fairly high out and almost tempt Taniguchi to try and hit the corner. Although Hagino got him that time.
Taniguchi will score with 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock.
the curse of the compliment.
Commentator, yes.
So you can see Hagino come around and set the back pick on Hirschfield, and Hirschfield wasn't able to get around in time.
Meanwhile, at the other end, number 4, Jason Gronover for the Canadian score. As we approach the final second of the first period, Canada, as you can see, outscoring the Brazilians roughly 2-1. Buzzer will signal the end of that first period. Canada on top, as they would expect to be. And of those 15 goals, Zach Medell has 9. End of the first quarter, Canada on top, 15-8. recap on that first quarter. Medal in evidence, as we've come to expect.
Yeah, there's certainly a reason why he's recognized as the best in the world, but you know, part of it too is he's surrounded by some really good players too. Brazil is showing why they're a lock perhaps to win the bronze medal, and that if they don't win this game, and why they're being considered for a higher ranking than their current 19th place.
Canada doing what is necessary, and have opened up a substantial lead at the end of this first quarter. Second period, just moments away. Second period are ready to go. It's the first semi-final of the 2015 Parapan American Games. With wheelchair rugby, Canada in the red vests, the green and yellow of Brazil, trailing 15-8 after the first quarter. Taniguchi to the edge of the key, forced away by Patrice Desjardins.
The defensive player was pushed out of bounds, and so therefore that was Hirschfield. So Hirschfield will serve a penalty. The goal was not awarded, and Brazil will take it out of bounds.
So Hirschfield into the penalty box. Meanwhile, looks like it might be Mike Whitehead there, needing some running repairs. It is Whitehead.
Being serviced by Hirschfield's dad, Robert.
Oh, it's Robert now. I thought it was Bob. Yeah. It's the formal Mr. Hirschfield Sr. Bob was up with us a couple of days ago and giving us just a flavour of what his job involves as Gina goes over for the score in terms of the equipment manager, and it is one heck of a job, isn't it?
Oh, it may be the most important job on each team. Oh, great pass by Whitehead.
And in comes Fabrice Lavoie to score his first of the game. Fabien Lavoie, one of several Quebecers on this team, and has been a consistent goal scorer for Canada through this series.
Lavoie's had a good tournament so far. Tomorrow night, if they do in fact play the US, he'll have to have the biggest game of his career.
Whitehead pushing Damasceno behind his own goal line. So the timeout is called.
Brazilians calling it just before being knocked out of bounds, and then resulting in a turnover, so they were able to save that possession.
So Damasceno just getting some words from the referee down below us. Gino as well, getting a bit of a talking to. Inbound from Damasceno. Taniguchi takes it on the first bounce. Two Canadians around him. One of them is Whitehead and one of them is Hirschfield. Taniguchi is quick, manages to check and plays in Damasceno for the Brazilian score.
That play all started with number 4 in the backcourt setting the initial pick, which then sprung Taniguchi free to hit the center court.
4 is Jose Raul Gunta, who is another of the substitutes for the Brazilians. Gunta, a 1.0 athlete. Is it fair to say that the lower classification are generally seen as more defensive-minded players?
Yeah, in many regards they are, and it's because of their functional limitations, particularly with finger dexterity, is the typical challenge. Challenge perhaps isn't the right word. So watch Hirschfield as he throws the ball in. He won't have the arm strength, for instance, that a Fabien Lavoie might have. So Hirschfield plays more of a blocking defensive position than perhaps an offensive one. But please don't make any mistake as to whether or not that's a lesser role on the team.
You've already explained that very accurately for us as Hirschfield waits. Conference between the two referees, Liam Costello and Brian Ward, of Australia and Great Britain respectively. So Hirschfield, one of the co-captains of Team Canada, inbound for Lavoie. Lavoie has that extra turn of speed. There's the dribble and into the gap for the score.
Higuino didn't have much choice there. He was on a bit of an island. Had he come over to get Fabien Lavoie, Lavoie just would have passed it off to Whitehead.
2 quick goals in this second period for Lavoie. A hit from Whitehead. Taniguchi is still going over halfway. Offloads to Damasceno. Doesn't want to get pushed back into his own half here by Whitehead. Damasceno looking for the gap. Managed to regather the ball as it was temporarily knocked away. Is there room at this near post? Just enough.
I don't know if he got both front wheels over before that back wheel hit the pylon, but I'll have to take the referee's word for it. Damasceno certainly doesn't shy away from contact.
The referee's opinion is ultimately, in any sport, the only one that matters.
Let's see. I still don't know.
Meanwhile, Lavoie in for another quick goal and a score for Canada to extend the advantage to 7 points in this second period. 4 quarters of 8 minutes, all told. Some games take longer than others. Last night's game between Canada and the US went on late into the night with 2 overtime periods as well. And should this game finish tied after 4 quarters, there would be a 3-minute overtime period. And they keep playing 3-minute overtime periods until somebody wins. Taniguchi wins that little skirmish and in for the Brazilian score.
And then gives Whitehead a nice pop. Trying to slow down the Canadian advance.
Lavoie over halfway with those arms pumping. Too fast for Gunter and in for the Canadian goal. Taniguchi keen to get on with it, finds Higuino. Turns straight into Hirschfield. Push back and then twisting away. Higuino backing over halfway. Spun away by Whitehead.
Whitehead getting an infraction for reaching in. He made those errors on a couple of very key times last night. In overtime, he's got to stop that habit.
So into the penalty box comes Whitehead. Have another look.
Here you can see Whitehead reaching across. That's right. Oh, you know, that's a tough call on Whitehead. I'm not so sure I saw an infraction there.
I think Whitehead is making that very point to the referee. I didn't do anything wrong. But he'll stay in the penalty box until the next score. Of that, there is no doubt. Higuino inbound for Taniguchi.
But as we've noted before, I have the benefit of seeing a replay. The officials do not.
Always got to be taking a good change of direction from Taniguchi. Easy score. And Brazil within 6. Lavoie couldn't counter it in.
Good pressure by the Brazilians.
Giuriatu picked his pocket and in for the score.
Lavoie's got to be more sure-handed than that. This score is closer than I think the Canadians would have expected or anticipated.
Whitehead, the long pass, finds Lavoie. There's no green shirts back there. Lavoie over for Canada, into the 20s. And 5 for Lavoie, all in this second quarter. Higuino inbounds from behind his own goal line. But a picker teammate who has got a little bit of room in which to maneuver. But the turnover, he was uncertain about the throw-out, and that's why. And in for the score is Patrice Desjardins.
You could see Higino was contemplating that pass earlier, and it truly was not the right call to make.
This time on one bounce for Taniguchi. That's better from Higino. But the turnovers are beginning to be costly for Brazil.
Lavoie starting to throw his weight around a bit.
Beautifully taken in by Giriatu. Hirschfield was in his way. Taniguchi in at the far post.
Taniguchi sees the open spot so well, and he knows where to go before the pass is even contemplated. And he just cuts through like a player driving the key towards a basket in basketball.
Nothing Desjardins could do to cut off Taniguchi. Meanwhile, Lavoie is beginning to assert his authority in this second period and in the game overall. It's Canada by 7. Giriatu, the screen from Higino. Only one man back. It's Whitehead. Here comes the hit. Well, it didn't in the end because Giriatu managed to maneuver his chair away from the Canadian number 8.
Giriatu used a great head fake to move around Whitehead and then score with no contact at all.
Even up here, and we're a good distance away from the action down on the floor. You just anticipate those big hits coming. Look at the determination here from Whitehead. And Whitehead will score.
Nice pick by Desjardins.
Giriatu's attempt to cut him off is foiled by Desjardins.
And the best players are able to change direction even without the use of their hands. They simply, by their body control and the swing of their torso, are able to change direction on a dime.
Taniguchi is a fine example of that, over halfway, backing in, finds Higino, just able to gather it in. He'll just wait for his team to set on the edge of the key area. Giriatu, shot clock down to 12. Giriatu forced wide.
Good pressure by Whitehead and Hirschfield. Oh, but that was a good pass by Giriatu.
Higino, clock down to 3. Timeout called.
That was a smart timeout called by Higino, recognizing that the shot clock was about to expire.
Good industry from the Brazilians right on the edge of the key there, but perhaps even better defense from Canada to stop them finding that gap.
Agreed, and by calling that timeout, then they get an additional, it goes up to 15 seconds. So they save themselves a turnover, and then they also give themselves more time to score.
Here's the entrance of the Brazilian showman, if you like. Look at the white wall wheels there of number 11, Moises Batista. We've watched him play over the last few nights as Medell returns with a thump for Canada.
Like a defensive end,
and
sacking
Whitehead
the quarterback.
couldn't quite get there. Davi Abreu is on court wearing 9. Damasceno's back is with us as well, wearing 7. Ahead of him is Batista. This is Abreu. Batista, the hit with Whitehead, makes his way to the edge of the key, but forcing his way over is Davi Abreu. 6 the difference. Medell, always surrounded by green shirts, still manages to pass it off for Trevor Hirschfield.
So what makes Medell so difficult to cover is not only can he score on his own, but he can pass and just lays it out there so that Hirschfield, not breaking stride at all, just wheels right underneath the ball for an easy score.
Well, as you say, a not breaking stride, and it's the weight of the pass. Sometimes the backspin on the pass as well, which Medell makes look so simple, but again, both arms up from Medell. And then the big hit from Medell. He's really in the mood tonight. Batista, referee's whistle brings it all to a halt. It will be Canada possession.
So 2 big hits led to that turnover, one by Medell and the other by Whitehead. The intensity's picking up.
Well, he did mention a couple of moments ago. Have a look at the hit there. And then the second hit from Medel on Abreu. We did mention just a couple of moments ago, this is perhaps, as Whitehead goes in, a little closer than Canada expected it to be as we approach the half-time mark.
Because Canada certainly took care of Brazil in their earlier round robin match, but Brazil appears to be getting better as the tournament goes on. Canada might be pretty tired after last night's match. As we mentioned, it went into double overtime, so we got out of here quite late.
Protest there from Batista. Brings the referee's whistle. And Batista's going to need some running repairs for those flashy tires.
We were talking about Bob Hirschfield visiting with us. He was saying that each player brings 2 or 3 additional wheels. And then beyond that, approximately 20 inner tubes to go in those tires.
Per player. I mean, do you have any sense, you've been involved with this game for a long time as a referee and as an administrator, as a coach, do you have any sense of how, what a typical chair's life expectancy should be?
Well, I guess it depends on on most things, on the maintenance and the abuse. You know, for some of these players, for a guy like Whitehead, who's using it as a battering ram out there all the time, I don't think very long.
Whitehead there, right on cue with the battering ram. Medel can't call off Abreu, in for the Brazilian score. 1:40 left in the first half. A couple of quick goals for Abreu. Whitehead. Nice fake away. He managed to get away, may go all the way here. Whitehead does. It's a good score.
Very strong score by Whitehead. On a couple of occasions, he kind of stuck his elbow out there to protect the ball.
And when you put him up against a Medel, I mean, he's not in the same class in terms of speed, but he managed that strength and maneuverability to be able to go in himself as Batista scores for the Brazilians.
Well,
so it's not all of that speed.
No, and first of all, there aren't many people we can compare to Zach Medel.
Well, that's true.
At all. But yeah, certainly Whitehead doesn't have the elusiveness, perhaps, of Zach Medel, but certainly has the power.
Medel for the aforementioned Whitehead, who does show a good turn of speed. And away from Abreu for another quick goal for Canada. Need to keep pumping up the score lines. As far as the Canadians are concerned, they are favoured, of course, to win this semi-final. Ranked as they are, second in the world, only behind the Australians, who are the world and Paralympic champions. Batista, but thrown away, and Abreu couldn't rein it in. Last minute of the first half. Whitehead, Medel.
Great pass. That's a hard pass to make, like a quarterback trying to throw it over the linebacker and before the defensive back. It's a small area, small room by which that pass can be made.
Medel into double figures for himself personally. An illustration of the influence of Medel, just 21 years of age. And the timeout is called in these closing seconds of the first half. It's timed by the Brazilians. 2 is Lucas Janeiro. Piero we haven't seen in this game yet. And back comes the co-captain, Rafael Hoffmann, as well, wearing 8. So that's an example of a pair of substitutions as opposed to the 4, David.
That's right.
Batista picks it up, hustles away over halfway, pursued by Medel. Batista, good speed, good maneuverability. Did he get pushed out?
Oh,
Did he score?
again, I'm not sure that was a goal.
Well, he certainly ran into the pylon. Were those 2 front wheels across the goal line?
So let's see as Batista comes across and see if he gets his two front wheels across before he gets pushed into the pylon. I'll trust the official on that one. I think it was still too close for me to determine.
8 points the difference. Medel over halfway for Canada.
What Canada's trying to do here is slow it down and score with only a few seconds left on the clock, so that then they will retain possession starting with the next half, simply because Brazil will get credit for having gotten possession with the 2 seconds remaining.
So 13 seconds remaining, and that is why Medel is wheeling around almost in slow motion. They just held himself there on the goal line, pushed over in the end by Hoffman with 4 seconds remaining.
In last night's game against the United States, Medel had a chance to win the game in the first overtime with a similar play to that, and he lost control of the ball right at the goal line. I wonder if that thought just creeped into his mind there.
Well, it's one of those key moments in a game where you have to have confidence in your own ability, but to be fair to the Americans, there was a fair reach-in by one of his opponents. Whether he lost control, whether it was the rattle of the wheelchair, but at that key moment, Medel didn't manage to complete the task. And as you say, it's something that might just be playing on his mind as we reach the half-time buzzer. And Canada have certainly controlled the first period. Much better effort by the Brazilians in the second with the introduction of Bautista. Made it much closer, but at half-time, it's Canada by 9, 29-20. Glance at the half-time statistics, 29-20. The margin for Canada, the turnovers 8-2, and that obviously is part of the reason why Brazil are trailing.
That's the big difference right there. I mean, those 6 differences in turnovers, they can contribute to the big difference right there. I mean, those 6 differences in turnovers, they can contribute to 12 total points when you think about whether or not the one team's able to score and whether the other team is not.
Show you some highlights from that first half. A lot of them will feature the Canadian number 33, Zach Medel. And a lot of them will feature the Brazilian number 5, Alexandre Taniguchi, who has, as expected, been one of their more influential players. There he is, Taniguchi, 2 of the standout leaders for both these teams.
Brazil had a good second quarter. They only were down by 2 goals in that second quarter to Canada. As I said earlier, I think this game is closer than Canada prefers. It'll be interesting to see what type of intensity, and perhaps Canada might employ a more aggressive press to start this third quarter.
Individual stats, Zach Medel leads the way for Canada with 11 goals. Fabien Lavoie, 6, all in that second quarter. Whitehead and Colwell both have 4 goals. For the Brazilians, Chiariatu mostly in the first period with 7 goals. Taniguchi has 4 and Damasceno 3. 9 points the difference at half-time. This game is certainly not over, and the Brazilians will know that they are close enough to compete head-to-head in the second half with the number 2 ranked team in the world, Canada. But half-time, the difference is 9, 29-20 in favor of the hosts, Canada. welcome back to the Mississauga Sports Centre. Hardly had time to welcome you back. It's that man, Zach Medell, in the red vest of Canada, scooting over for the first goal of the third period. And Canada by 10. He must have enjoyed his half-time refreshments. And Hoffman, the Brazilian co-captain, replies at the other end. His second goal, Canada in red, Brazil in green shirts with blue collars and sleeves. And the goals coming thick and fast at the start of this third period. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg with you. Now, if you were the coach, Kevin Orr, a man I'm sure you know well, what exactly would have your message been to the Canadian team at half-time? Yes, they were in front, but it wasn't the most convincing half of wheelchair rugby Kevin Orr's ever seen.
No, and I was watching the huddle during the halftime break, and in the past, when Canada has had big leads, as has been the practice, the volunteers of the games have been doing the Macarena on the bench right behind the Canadian players' bench. And in the past, I've seen them laughing and giggling and watching. They were not this time around. It was pretty serious and pretty intense.
Alex Giuriatu with his 8th goal to reduce the arrears once again to 9. Here comes Zach Medell. Tosses the ball nonchalantly away to the referee. Terrific speed that he manages to generate almost from a standing start.
Yeah, his 0 to 50.
So whatever, yeah.
Is pretty quick.
Giuriatu is no slouch for the Brazilians either, as we will
look at
see
that
here. Giuriatu in for the score.
I don't know if the Canadians expected that. Looked like they were sleeping a bit on that one.
Caldwell takes the hit, looking to offload to Medell, does so. Medell looking to get over halfway, effortlessly. Referee's whistle. The goal will stand. Remind you of the lineups at the start of this second half. Cody Caldwell wears 9 for Canada. 10 is Trevor Hirschfield. 15, Patrice Simard. And, well, we've introduced you on a number of occasions to 33, Zach Medell. That may well be Alexandre Giuriatu. He took the hits from the side and behind. He's going to need the equipment staff out there to put him the right way up again.
A completely fair and legal hit by Medell. The only time where it would result in a penalty is if you're hitting the player behind the axle of their wheel and it resulting in a dangerous spin move.
I guess if you're watching wheelchair rugby for the first time, you might sort of say, well, what's fair and what's not fair? And the simple answer is all's fair in love and war, I suppose. But, I mean, head-on collisions are fine. Blindside collisions are fine. It's just when you endanger that rear axle, that's basically when it can endanger a player's safety, I guess.
Yeah, and certainly the officials are given the latitude if they think of other actions that appear to be in a dangerous or malicious fashion, they can be called. We haven't seen those yet in this tournament, so really it's only that spin move.
Giuriatu on his side again, the big hit from Caldwell.
Another fair and legal hit.
It's been a terrific feature of this particular competition as we see the replay of Giuriatu. Saw the hit coming, didn't release in time. Caldwell knocks him over. But we'll see in just a moment as the mats come out for Giuriatu, and he's up again on his right. It has been a real feature of this competition how players are back to their feet and they think nothing of these big hits. Nothing.
I don't know if they don't feel pain at all, but they certainly don't give any indication that they do.
Inbound by Caldwell, the rapid Medell is after it. Only one man to beat, and Gilson Junior makes no attempt to stop him.
No, there's certainly no whinging by the players after they get hit.
Whinging in wheelchair rugby, again. Some more words that don't exist in the same sentence. Here is Taniguchi, leader for Brazil. Manages to find Hoffman. Trying to get away from Caldwell and Sima. Hoffman the dribble. Hit by Medel. Retains possession. Can he scoot in at the back? He can't. Door was slammed in his face. Hoffman to the edge of the key. 8 seconds left. He may have to just try the little lob pass here. Does so. It's going to expire on them.
I think Hoffman could have taken the ball in right there. It looked like he had room at the corner. I don't know why he didn't make an effort.
But the shot clock beat them all in the end. Maybe he just didn't have the momentum or the strength to get himself over the line. He was going left and right and left again, looking for that gap.
Well,
just didn't open up for him. Have another look here.
And Medel is protecting that corner, so maybe he just didn't trust his own skills in order to try and beat Medel.
Talking of Zach Medel, in for another score for the Canadian start. Of Canada's 36 goals, Medel has 17. So just about half the total for Medel. Next best for Canada is Lavoie, who has 6.
An uncharacteristic error by Hoffman, throwing the ball behind Taniguchi. That's something you don't see very often.
Changes coming for Canada and also for the Brazilians. Gunter and Damasceno back in for the South Americans. Jason Crone and Fabien Lavoie rejoin the action for the Canadians. Here's Lavoie finding some space, got the court to himself. No challenge at all. Ishino is back with us as well. Away from Taniguchi. Wayward distribution from Ishino.
I was watching Dave Wilsey, the veteran on Canada's team, who hasn't played yet today, I don't believe, sitting on the bench, barking out orders, stalling his partners to play hard. It was great to see that leadership coming from the bench by Dave Wilsey.
There he is, the number 14, the senior citizen on the Canadian squad.
I'm not calling him that.
Well, he's younger than me, so... Damasceno looking for Taniguchi, but in quickly and turning even quicker was Sima. Hands off Sima for his fellow Quebecer Lavoie.
Simard and Lavoie played together on this national team for at least 15 years, so they know each other very well.
Quite quickly, Sima nicked the ball away from Taniguchi, took the hit, and allowed Lavoie the simple score and the timeout. Morale is going through his paces, just getting himself loose there, the Canadian number 2. His back to you is Byron Green, wearing 4. And Sima and Lavoie. Remembering that 4 on the court at any one time, but their combined sport classification cannot exceed 8 points. It's more than just sending out your 4 preferred athletes. You have to also be able to do the accounting as well, so to speak, as Gino inbounds. Quickly for Damasceno. Scoots over halfway. Away from Morale. Looking to hand it off. The hits.
That was a nice hit by Crone.
Damasceno still has it. Tantalizingly short of the key. Looking to find the long way round, forced backwards, forced to dribble with the bounce. Damasceno will score.
And Morale was in a bit of a no man's land there because he couldn't guard the player in the key and also cover the post.
It was Tamaguchi for the score for Brazil. Here is Morale taking the inbound from Crone. Morale stops, waits for the hits. Let's go.
So Crone does the right thing by popping Taniguchi, which leaves Lavoie wide open for the score.
And certainly there's a big 15-point gap between Canada and Brazil, and whatever Kevin Orr said at half-time seems to be having the desired effect.
So maybe it was not paying attention to the Macarena this time.
Bruno Damasceno for Brazil, who can't allow this to get away from them in this third quarter. They'll be doing everything they can to close the gap. Gino will help in the cause. Equipment timeout here, Damasceno. Just very quickly, a thump of that right wheel. And he is good to go. Morale twisting away from Regino. Left hand full of Lavoie. 12 seconds to get over halfway. Does so Lavoie. Feeds Simard. In for the Canadian score. Taniguchi, good pace over halfway. The hit from Higino on Lavoie. But offhanded for Damasceno.
So again, you see the qualities of a strong team. Higino puts the pop on Lavoie, which allows Taniguchi to then make the nice pass for the easy score. If one doesn't happen, the other doesn't happen.
15 points the difference. Lavoie doing the hard yards inside his own territory, takes the hit from Higino. Simard again, that Lavoie-Simard combination is beginning to pay big dividends for Canada.
It certainly has in this third quarter. And as we've mentioned, they've played together for quite a long time, so they just have this sixth sense about where the other's going to be.
Taniguchi stopped this time by Lavoie. Maneuvers away. Gino is in close. Taking Crone with him. Can he get in at the corner? He can. Good work by his teammate there. Gunter was doing the donkey work to allow Taniguchi in at the corner.
Yeah, Taniguchi saw Gunter had set the corner and easily snuck around him.
Lavoie picks it in. First bounce and Crone. Doesn't score many, but they all count.
And those are the kind of plays that you just work on with practice. If two players collapse on the center player getting the ball, the outside player just has to cut for the net because they'll be wide open.
Damasceno again. Cutting through all the Canadians this time. He's got Lavoie behind him. Lavoie can't stop him, and in the end doesn't attempt to. Allows the Brazilian number 7 in. Still 15 points the difference, and that will suit the Canadians. Inside the last 2 minutes of this third period. It's going to be Lavoie. Thought about offloading to Morale. Well, in the end went to himself. Neither player saw a challenge coming in. Gino again forced to inbound from behind his own goal line. Finds Bruno Damasceno. Away from Morale, who's trying to keep up with him. But he's quick, Damasceno, and good balance as well. Not quite quick enough to get around Lavoie. Morale is back to bother him. Twisting one way, then the other. The offhand, it's a turnover for Crone. And the timeout is called.
Crone made 3 really good plays in that one series. He cut off the Brazilian first of all. And then the second thing he did was intercept the ball. And then the third good thing he did was call a smart timeout when he knew that he was in trouble trying to get the ball released.
16 points the margin as the Canadian timeouts winds up. Lavoie now has 10 goals, still 7 behind Medel, who's hardly featured in this third period. Inbound from Crone to Moreau, who had to be quick to grab it ahead of Higino. And Lavoie, it's all first time passing. Lavoie, Sima again. As Damaseo takes a tumble, but the goal will stand.
Certainly no lack of hustle by the Brazilians.
Thrown on Damasceno, and the Brazilian losing his balance.
Crone's really impressed me in this quarter. I have to say I haven't noticed him a whole heck of a lot throughout this tournament, but in this particular quarter, he's played really well.
Damasceno, a 2.5 athlete, as you saw there, so that's kind of middle to upper range, I guess you would describe it.
That's right. We were talking about Medel not playing much in this quarter.
Yeah.
It's probably worth noting that tomorrow is the finals. And Canada played a late, long game last night, 2 overtime periods against the U.S., losing by 1 goal. And so maybe Coach Kevin Orr is saving a bit of energy for Medel for what will likely be a gold medal final tomorrow against the United States.
You get the sense, though, don't you, that Medel, if it was his choice, that he'd be on court for every second. Alongside him there, you see Trevor Hirschfield's dad, Bob, in the glasses, who is the equipment manager, the busy equipment manager for Canada. And Lavoie just spritzing himself there. That's actually quite important, isn't it?
Well, athletes with quadriplegia have a difficult time cooling themselves through thermoregulation, and so often it's important that they do so externally.
That's exactly what Lavoie was doing there. Mini shower for himself.
Or just making himself look a bit nicer for the rest of the game.
Well, there is that, of course, I suppose, to be thought about.
Oh, you want to look good when you're on screen.
I can't help myself sometimes.
Well, there's no doubt that Lavoie is looking good in this game with 10 goals to his credit. Only outscored by Medel. Just 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining in the third quarter. 17 points, the gap between Canada and Brazil. I think that's the biggest difference we've seen so far. And just some court duty being done here. You get the Swiffer out and you make sure that the court is nice and smooth for the players. Occasionally this week we've actually seen chunks of wheelchair and debris having to be removed, all sorts of things.
That's right, it's like shrapnel. Now these wheelchairs are not easy on these courts, that's for sure.
So some court repairs rather than wheelchair repairs as we wait for the conclusion of this third period. Referee just making sure that all those little spots have been cleared up.
I can't say I've seen at any other time this week where they've spent this much time cleaning the floor. I don't know what's so particular about this moment.
Certainly not in game. We haven't had this sort of stoppage. Is that something that would come from the referees, or would it be a complaint from the players to say there's stuff that needs cleaning? I mean, how does that work?
Well, I've got to be honest, I'm not 100% sure myself. I don't know if one of the players complained about perhaps the floor being slippery, or maybe the referees are having a hard time getting their footing.
Well, they're being very meticulous.
Yeah.
And they're pointing to specific spots on the court that they feel need attention. And until the referees are satisfied, the players will have to sit and wait, try and keep themselves as loose as they can.
I have to say, I have never seen this before. Maybe Kevin hasn't either.
Ever seen Kevin Orr smile before? Maybe he will tomorrow night, but I guarantee you it'll only be if Canada wins a gold medal. And Kevin Orr is an interesting character himself. He is an American and the former coach of the United States.
Yeah, so if anybody knows the American team, it's him.
Mopping up process continues. Those orange-shirted volunteers under the direction of the referees. Looks as though there is some movement. Looks like we can get this third period done and dusted.
Okay.
1 minute and 5 remaining. Canada by 17 in this first semi-final. Reviewers are done. Back underway again. Will be inbound from behind the Brazilian goal line. There is Gino. And for Damasceno. Rapidly away from his own key. Over halfway, pursued by Crone, takes the hit. And Lavoie as well. Good strength by Damasceno. Down goes Gunter. Challenge perhaps coming in from Lavoie. And another enforced stoppage.
I didn't see what happened to Gunther. I was watching the ball itself, so I don't know how he ended up on his backside.
Maybe we'll get a second chance here, because I was doing exactly the same thing. I was watching the passage of play. And Gunter just out of our camera range. Took a tumble, but look, he can smile about it now. It's been a real feature of this competition.
You'll notice the strapping, and again, that's because of the spinal cord injuries often don't allow individuals to have the trunk musculature that they require to maintain their core balance.
So less than a minute remaining in the third period. Canada leading this first semi-final by 17 points. Euro Damasceno to the key of Canada. Can he find a way around the line side? He can, with some help from the shield from Gunter.
It's another equipment timeout to fix that strap again that we were just talking about earlier. Seems to be straightened away now.
Inbound from Crone. Finds Lavoie. Quick turn from Lavoie. First order of business is to get over halfway inside 12 seconds. They do that. Lavoie in the mood. Hits with Damasceno. Screen, Damasceno still involved. Back for Travis Morao. Looking to slow it down as the period begins to expire.
So Taniguchi was, or sorry, not Taniguchi, but Damasceno was out of bounds. And so the goal counted. Canadians were planning on just scoring to let time expire anyways.
And there is the buzzer as time does expire on the third period. Took a little longer than it needed to with the running repairs to the floor, but it is a period in which Canada has reasserted its authority in this particular quadrant and built up a commanding lead over Brazil. through 3 periods by 46 goals to 29.
I think Kevin Orr, coach of the Canadian squad, will be a bit happier with this quarter. A bit more of a dominating performance by the Canadian squad. Some big hits by Zach Medell, who we've chatted about a lot. Cody Caldwell laying a real lick there.
One of the features of this third period has been this combination, hasn't it, between Simard and Lavoie. That's really done the damage.
Yeah, they must have combined for 4 or 5 of the goals in this quarter. And again, those two players having played together on the national squad for more than a decade.
So 8 minutes to play, and with the fourth period almost upon us, Canada built up a 17-point lead. The fourth quarter is moments away. Final 8 minutes of the first semi-final from the Mississauga Sports Centre, just west of Toronto, just northwest of Toronto. It's close to the international airport, and you're watching Canada in a position of strength and offense against Brazil. Canada in the red vests and Brazil in those green and yellow vests. Canada, the world's #2 team. Brazil, the best of the South Americans, hoping to play for what in all likelihood will be a bronze medal, unless they can come up with some miraculous comeback in the next 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
I don't think that's likely. So I would suggest that, yes, Brazil will be playing for a bronze medal, and I cannot imagine the Colombians defeating the Americans in the next game.
Dave Wilsey in for the score.
Dave Wilsey in for the first time tonight. Here, a big hit.
Wilsey
Resulting in a
together with
turnover.
Hoffman. He picked up by Cody Caldwell. Referee happy. Wilsey again.
And Wilsey rewarded with the turnover by the goal.
Hoffman, the Brazilian co-captain, knows they need to make strides forward, and that might mean they need to take risks. Big hit coming in from Mike Whitehead, Canadian #8.
Whitehead really delivers a blow, even from a short distance sometimes. He doesn't need a big build-up to deliver a big pop.
Yeah, when you've been hit by Mike Whitehead, you stay hit. Let's put it that way. Inbound from the Brazilian #8, Hoffman, for Damasceno. Just wheeling around Damasceno, considering his options. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Can he find a way into the corner? Stopped by Caldwell. Damasceno into single figures on the shot clock. May need to loop the pass here. The clock is going to expire. It will. Brazilians just couldn't find a way through a stubborn Canadian defense.
That was impressive. Cody Caldwell made a couple of really good plays. I thought there were a couple of times when the Brazilians could have snuck around the outside on him, but apparently he had it covered.
So Brazil denied and frustrated by the Canadians. Inbound by Caldwell. We'll see. Showing everybody else a clean pair of heels. And a third quick score for the Canadian veteran. Damasceno, look at those arms pumping. Give away by Damasceno.
And Damasceno just shakes his head with disappointment. I think with himself more than anything else after throwing it away to Whitehead.
The turnover only benefits Canada and extends the lead.
And he threw it right to him. I don't know if he didn't see him or if he wasn't able to get enough on the pass that he hoped.
Well, the intention was to find this man, Hoffman, but he found the Canadian number 8, not the Brazilian number 8.
Nice
Hoffman.
move by Hoffman. Great
Forwards
pass.
for Giuriano. Giuriano is back on court for the first time in a while. By a measure, in my estimation, Giuriano is the best goal scorer, pure goal scorer, if you like, for the Brazilians. Cody Caldwell reaching in was Damasceno, but couldn't stop him.
And Damasceno got called the second time for the reaching in foul, but the goal counted.
And suddenly there is a 20-point margin, 22-point margin now between the Canadians and the Brazilians. As away comes Giuriano again at pace, and just hands it off for Damasceno. Wilsey was covering, so Giuriano decided to bring in his teammate. Now Wilkie, strong, and in this particular movement, unstoppable.
You can hear Coach Kevin Orr still yelling and screaming at his athletes, and not in an aggressive way, but he hasn't stopped coaching, with the game more or less out of reach at 52-33, showing just how important it is that the Canadian players finish the game on a strong note and get ready for tomorrow night's gold medal match.
Talking about strong, Whitehead is the embodiment of strong. Just lobs it in for Cody Caldwell. And it's noticeable, isn't it, that we've hardly seen Zach Medall as Kevin Orr looks on in much of the third period. We haven't seen him at all since the start of the fourth. And there's got to be planning ahead for what is likely to be the gold medal game as part of Kevin Orr's strategy here.
Exactly, and they've also been able to rest Fabien Lavoie in this fourth quarter. So the two leading scorers for Canada's team both sitting on the bench right now.
Hoffman in for the score again. He's been one of the more effective players for the Brazilians. Hoffman, his third goal. They all trail Giuriano, who has a 10 for Brazil. Caldwell, Wilsey. Well, good off-the-ball movement from Wilsey. I mean, he makes the goals look easy, but he's got to get himself into those positions to start with. He's already got 5 goals in a very short space of time.
Wilsey's not new to this game. He's been playing for at least 20 years, if not more. So he certainly knows where to be in space and at different times. Pass.
Off the head of the Canadian.
Off Desjardins' head.
And it benefited Damasceno. 19 points the difference. With 4:25 remaining in this fourth quarter. Have
Watch
another
this
look here.
pass off Desjardins' head right to Damasceno. Just like they practiced.
Well, as they say in many sports, it's not a matter of how, it's a matter of how many. Caldwell takes his personal tally to 6.
Here's a hit coming. Oh, they both turned away.
Neither of them fancied that. Damasceno does get hit in the end by Whitehead. Offloads to Giuriano. Now for Hoffman. Turns the favour to Giuriano. Good skill by the Brazilian. Oh. And the curse of the commentator strikes again. Should have gone in and scored himself. And tried to offload left, but they've managed to recycle the ball. Hoffman, but the clock may well beat the ball. It's good.
Oh.
Gonna count.
Time ran
Shot
out.
clock. And the deficit remains at 20 for the Brazilians. Substitutions for both teams. Batista is back on, as is Shilson Jr., Taniguchi. There is Batista. Back on for the Canadians. Trissima. Batista's a tough customer. Double amputee, but gets himself around the court very quickly. Doesn't shirk any challenges. Happy to give and take hits. So there, alongside Green. Whitehead. One bounce and over for the Canadian score. Taniguchi has Batista ahead of him, hit by Lavoie. Taniguchi inside Whitehead, doing his best to get back, with those arms pumping. Taniguchi, will he back in? Will he hand off? He does hand off. And Davi Abreu in for the Brazilian score.
That was a nice play between Taniguchi and Abreu.
3 minutes remaining. I think they heard that one outside the building, never mind just inside the arena here. Sima, while you were watching the replay, in for the Canadian score.
They're certainly not letting up on the intensity of their hits with only 2 minutes remaining.
Abreu will inbound for Brazil. Taniguchi one bounce on the edge of his own key. Has 12 seconds to get over halfway. Whitehead is trying to stay with him. And does well, Whitehead.
Nice play.
Abreu picks up the loose ball, though. Batista to his right. Will hand off to the Brazilian number 11, Batista. Spinning around. Blocked temporarily by Whitehead. That's a great ball for Taniguchi. And backs over for the score.
What a great pass.
Nonchalant, wasn't it great?
Yeah, all the way across the key, right into Taniguchi's lap. Watch this, from one side of the court to the other. Over 3 or 4 different players' hands.
Lavoie has got plenty of room because Green was blocking the opponents. Scoots in for another Canadian score. Canada approaching the 60 mark. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the fourth. Big hit on Taniguchi, Batista. And they just rein it in at the last minute, and then Junior. But the turnover will allow the Canadians in once again. Sima. And Lavoie combined for the umpteenth time.
Oh, an uncharacteristic mistake by Abreu.
Abreu inbounds again, this time finds a teammate in the form of Batista. Taniguchi is after it. Puts on the brakes. Turning. Batista in with a hit on Sima. Reaching in. Green, Abreu. The score for Brazil. Just over a minute remaining in the game. It looks like Canada will advance to the gold medal game. Lavoie. Batista didn't bother with the hit. 61-38 now, and Canada have stretched away their lead into an unassailable lead in this second half. But before half-time, Brazil were giving just about as good as they got.
Agreed. Canada has certainly pulled away in the second half. I think Kevin Orr will be pleased with his team's performance.
Whitehead did well to pull it in, away from Batista. Over halfway, the dribble from Whitehead. And decides not to take it in for the score.
Just taking some time off the clock. End the game.
More frustration for Brazil. They can't do anything without the ball. Lavoie back for Whitehead. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. 23 on the game clock. Lavoie and Whitehead. It's having a game of catch between the two of them at the moment, and then Whitehead signals for the timeout. Have a look at this steal by Whitehead.
Mike Whitehead's had a strong half, so he comes back. Good two-way player. Not just offensive threat, but also a strong defensive player. So Canada, because of their timeout, will be given an extra 15 seconds now on the shot clock, which is exactly the same as the game clock. And Canada will just run out the clock or try to score with a few seconds left just to practice.
Ban from
that
Wilsey. Bien Lavoie, who's really come to prominence in the second, third and fourth quarters. It's beautifully done for Wilsey. 3, 2, 1, and Wilsey, with 1 second remaining, puts the icing on the cake for the Canadians, who will play for gold. To the delight of largely pro-Canadian crowd, Canada pulled away in the third and fourth period after frankly a good talking to from their coach at half-time. Lavoie and Medel, of course, the leading lights. Brazil, not disgraced by any means, but for the second time this week, beaten by the Canadians. Brazil will have to settle for a bronze medal game. The Canadians looking good and fully worthy of a shot at gold, David.
So Canada will play for the gold tomorrow, most likely against the United States, but of course that's still to be determined in the next game. Canada's got their work cut out for them. Then Brazil is definitely the clear favorite for the bronze.
Zach Medel, 33, leading scorer for Canada, despite hardly featuring in the second half, with 17 goals. 13 for Fabien Lavoie. Plenty more contributions as well. As far as the Brazilians are concerned, Alexandre Giuriato with 10 goals, Damasceno with 9. Another strong performance from Captain Taniguchi with 7 goals. But a comprehensive win for Canada. They will play for gold tomorrow after beating Brazil in this first semi-final by 62 points to 38.
Number 2, Travis Morrell.
Départ pour le Canada. presente a la CBC Internacional W22 l'effetto spécialement pour les efforts américains par la Parapan American 2015 au Togo. Et la remontation de 255 positions et la tête des pays. Et qu'elles auront lieu à travers le Togo jusqu'au Caire. Parabéns al representante por CBC, el representante ante la cultura del rey de Turquía, que ejercerá la influencia de los Juegos Panamericanos para la
opponents in. Contact between wheelchairs is allowed, and players frequently collide as they attempt to stop their opponents and take control of the ball.
El rugby en silla de ruedas es un deporte mixto, donde los jugadores mueven la pelota llevándola, haciendo amagues o pasándola hacia el extremo del oponente. Se permite el contacto entre las sillas de ruedas y los jugadores se caen con frecuencia cuando intentan detener a los oponentes y controlar la pelota.
The game is played on a hardwood court that is marked by boundary lines, a center line, a center circle, and two key areas. A standard volleyball is used.
El partido se juega en una cancha de piso de madera con líneas que marcan los límites, una línea central y un círculo central y dos áreas principales. Se utiliza un estándar de voleibol.
The game consists of 4 8-minute quarters. There is a 2-minute break between quarters and a 5-minute break at halftime.
El juego se divide en 4 cuartos de 8 minutos. Se otorgan 2 minutos de descanso entre los 4 y 5 minutos de descanso en el entretiempo.
The object of the game is to carry the ball across the opposing team's goal line. 2 wheels must cross the line for the goal to count, and the player must have firm control of the ball when he or she crosses the line. Teams have 40 seconds to score on each possession.
El objetivo del juego es llevar la pelota hasta la línea de gol del oponente. Para que el gol sea válido, las dos ruedas deben pasar la línea y el jugador debe tener el pleno control de la pelota cuando cruza la línea. Los equipos tienen 40 segundos para marcar en cada posición.
Wheelchair rugby players are allocated one of 7 different sport classes: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0, and 3.5.
Los jugadores de rugby en silla de ruedas se dividen en 7 clases deportivas: 0.5, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, 2.5, 3.0 y 3.5.
With 0.5 class consisting of athletes with the most significant activity limitation, through to 3.5 class athletes who have the least eligible impairment. To ensure fairness, the total permitted classification point value of all players on the court is 8.0 per team. This requires teams to field a mix of players with different classification point values, which ensures a fair and balanced competition level.
Esto requiere que los equipos pongan en juego una combinación de jugadores con diferentes puntos de clasificación, lo que asegura un nivel justo y equilibrado de competencia.
For each female athlete on court, a team is permitted an additional 0.5 points.
Por cada atleta femenina de la cancha, el equipo puede tener 0.5 puntos adicionales.
It is semi-finals night in wheelchair rugby at the Mississauga Sports Centre, just a short drive west of Toronto. We have seen Canada already qualify for the gold medal match. Will it be the United States or Colombia that matches them up for that gold medal game? US projecting a perfect 5-0 record, including a previous win over Colombia by 71 goals to 25, but had a late night in that final pool game against the Canadians. Colombia comes in 2-3, having registered wins over Chile and also Argentina. It is time for the team introductions.
Mesdames et messieurs, représentant les États-Unis. Señoras y señores, representando a Estados Unidos.
Ladies and gentlemen, representing the United States, number 3, Rob Deller. Number 4, Adam Scaturo. Number 5, Chuck Hayoki. Number 6, Jeff Butler. Number 7, Jason Regier. Number 8, Ernie Chun. Number 9, Eric Newby. Number 10, Josh Wheeler. Number 11, Seth McBride. Number 12, Chad Cole. Number 14, Joe Delagrave. And number 21, Clayton Brackett. United States head coach, James Gumbert.
Y representando la Colombia. Y representando a Colombia.
And representing Colombia, number 2, Jenny Martinez Salas. Number 3, Juan Ochoa Rodriguez. Number 4, John Orozco Nunez. Number 6, Moises Alonso Alvarez. Number 7, Carlos Neve Montoya. Number 8, John Segura Cuervo. Number 9, Christian Amaya Fajardo. Number 10, Uriel Rodriguez Diaz. Number 11, Julian Vargas Lopez. Number 12, Christian Narvaez Giraldo. Number 14, John Ramirez Villa. And number 25, Edgar Venegas Cardona. Head coach for Colombia, Jonathan Vargas Rojas.
Les arbitres de course de match sont los árbitros de este partido son.
And our referees for tonight's semifinal match, from Australia, Gabe Caligiuri. And from Sweden, Ulrika Olsen.
Nigel Reid alongside David Legg in the booth for this second semi-final. Those vests in white of the United
And now the
States
starting lineup for the United States.
are ready for a
3,
battle,
Rob Deller.
but they expect to win this game.
Number 9, Eric
Yeah, I'd be
Newby.
surprised
Number
if
10,
Colombia
Josh
is able to
Wheeler.
put up much of a battle against the far superior American squad, but I guess that's why we play the
And the
game.
starting lineup for
You never know
Colombia.
what's going to
Number
happen.
4, John Orozco Nunez.
Starting lineup for the
Number
United
7,
States,
Carlos
Rob
Neve
Deller, the
Montoya.
senior citizen.
Number
Watch out
10,
for the
Uriel Rodriguez
speedy
Diaz.
Eric Newby,
And number 25,
and also Josh
Edgar
Wheeler at 10.
Venegas Cardona.
Wheeler's had a strong tournament so far.
There is one name we need to mark your card with as far as the Colombians. Number 4, John Orozco, a one-man scoring and wrecking machine. David?
He certainly is. Neme, a complimentary player to him.
Semi-finals night then at the Mississauga Sports Centre. We've already seen Canada qualify for the gold medal match. And we are ready for semi-final number 2 between the United States and Colombia. They have already met in the preliminaries this week. The USA winning that comfortably by 71 points to 25. Nigel Reid alongside David Legg. Any reason, David, to expect any other sort of outcome in this semi-final?
I would be shocked if the Colombians were able to pull off the upset in this one.
The Americans in the white vest with the starting lineup of Rob Deller, Jeff Butler, Eric Newby, and Josh Wheeler. Colombia in the yellow vest will start with one of the best players in this tournament, never mind just the Colombian team. Number 4, John Orozco, Carlos Neme, Uriel Rodriguez, and 25 is Edgar Vanegas. Testing the tip-off will be Deller and Orozco. And Newby picks it up in the white vests for the Americans and will look to get the early score in. And just managing to keep his balance is Josh Wheeler. And the Americans quickly in for the score.
Josh Wheeler showing his strength and the ability to maintain balance after losing that one wheel.
Let's go through the basics for you then. It is wheelchair rugby, 4-on-4 on a regulation basketball court as Neme goes in to tie it up for the Colombians. You will see a halfway line which comes into play. As Newby goes in for the score, the goals come thick and fast in wheelchair rugby. When we say 4-on-4, it's not just any 4 against any 4, because each player, David, has a sports classification. Briefly explain.
So one of the things that separates parasport from able-bodied sport is the concept of classification based on functional ability. So the player who just passed the ball, Arazo, is classed as a 3.5, as is the player who just intercepted the ball. There are other players out there who have less functional ability, and they are classified ranging from 0.5, 1, 1.52, etc., all the way to 3.5. The total of the 4 players on the court can be no greater than 8.
Inbound from Nemi from behind his own goal line. You see the pylons there in that rectangular area. That's known as the key. How does that factor in?
So the key is important for 2 things. On defense, you can only have 3 players in the key at one time, and 1 player must roam on top of the key. From an offensive perspective, if a player is caught in the key for more than 10 seconds, similar to perhaps 3 in the key in basketball, then a penalty occurs. So Roscoe's in the key, as you can see, and was about to get a 10-second call, which is why they needed to pass the ball into him quickly, but he wasn't able to hold on to the ball.
John Orozco boxed in and couldn't affect the score for the Colombians, who just ran away from him. So the Americans by 2 early in this first quarter, 4 quarters of 8 minutes each.
A rare error by Wheeler bringing the ball up the court. Turnover, Colombia's ball.
Now there are various time stipulations as well as Orozco picks it up for Colombia. You can see the shot clock counting down 36, 35 in the corner there. And every time a goal is scored, it is reset to 40, and that is the limit, but it's not the only limit.
That's right. So the first thing to be aware of is the players need to get the ball over half court within 12 seconds. So that's center line. And then you're right, they have a total of 40 seconds by which to score using a shot clock similar to basketball.
Newby in for the score. Now when a player is in possession, he must either pass or dribble, generally by bouncing the ball every 10 seconds while he is in possession. So when you see the players bouncing, they're dribbling, knowing that there is a 10-second time limit against them personally, over halfway, and there is the dribble from Edgar Venegas, the 25 for Colombia. Finds hands off to Orozco, who is quick and he is strong and he will score often in this game. He is really the leading light, the inspiration behind this Colombian run to the semi-finals.
Here's an example of Orozco pushing hard through the American defense, and he's one of those athletes that seems to raise the standards and abilities of all his teammates.
You see Rob Della, that's his second goal. One thing that we also should talk about is the age range within this game. Rob Della is 43 years of age. He's the oldest player on the American squad. In stark contrast, the Colombian number 10, Uriel Rodriguez, is just 20. So a 23-year age span between athletes competing as equals.
Yeah, disability sport, and in particular wheelchair rugby, has what I would consider to be perhaps a slightly older median age of their athletes, and in part, that's because of the disability. So many of these athletes have acquired spinal cord injuries that typically occur in the early 20s. Rehabilitation is usually required for a couple of years, and then they consider getting back into a sporting environment.
Colombian timeout here. Let's discuss timeouts, which are also important and can be used tactically throughout the game.
That's right. So there's 4 timeouts allowed by the players on the court, and you saw one being called there to avoid the 12-second violation. And then the coaches are allowed 2 timeouts from the bench during a stoppage in play.
Inbound for Roscoe, I beg your pardon, finish your point.
So those 6 timeouts are total for the entire game.
So 6 timeouts per team, per game, and when they're gone, they're gone. Orozco again using his strength to force his way over the American goal line and reduce the arrears to just one. It's a strong start by the Colombians.
I still expect the Americans to pull away, but I must say I'm impressed with the start that Colombia has shown.
Josh Wheeler with the dribble and with the speed to get away from Rodriguez and in for the American score.
So Nemi, the player that'll be throwing the ball, and is an example of a player that's 1.0. And I think it's important to clarify that Orozco, who's a 3.5, looks to be the stronger and faster player, which he is, but that doesn't necessarily make him the more important player because of the way the classification is set up.
Out of bounds, it's tipped away from Orozco, but Colombia will pick up possession just inside American territory. Neme, the co-captain, and what a competitor we've seen from Neme all the way through this tournament. In terms of durability, I don't think we've seen a minute of Colombian action without him being on the court, and that's rare in itself.
Oh, completely, and I agree 100%. I don't recall him coming off the court in any game. So there's an example where the Colombian player went over the goal line prior to corralling the ball to score. So similar to a wide receiver stepping out of bounds before they've caught the ball for a touchdown.
So the goal is chalked off through the frustration of Venegas, inbound from Anubi for the Americans, and Della uses his speed to scoot away from Rodriguez, and the Americans up by 3 midway through the first period.
This American team, certainly well known because of their profile in the major motion picture from 2005 Murder Ball, but of note, none of the players on this team were on the 2004 Paralympic team that was profiled in that film.
Orozco stopped on the key, but backing in for the score is Neme. And that's an illustration of how you can score in this game. It doesn't always have to be front wheels first.
So Nemi showing that you can wheel in backwards. So it's only 2 of the 4 wheels that needs to cross the line.
Newby trying to get away, ripped by Venegas. And then an impasse in midfield. Newby, the dribble. 3 Colombians around him. Referee's whistle.
So the referee called a jump ball there, which then goes to the possession arrow, and in this particular instance, it'll be Colombia's ball. So a good turnover for the Colombians, but a very risky play by the Colombians because all Newby had to do was raise his arms, and it would have been a reaching in foul.
Substitutions coming in now for the Americans, and typically we see the substitutions, David, made either in pairs or the whole quartet is replaced. Explain why that happens.
Well, often coaches will do that simply for the math as it relates to the 8 points on the floor. So they'll put players into groupings of 2. So they'll either be a 2.5 and a 1.5 or a 3.5 and a 0.5.
Neme over the score, and Colombia within 1 on court for the Americans. Seth McBride 11, Chad Cohn is 12, 14. The strong co-captain Joe Delagrave, and the speedy 21 Clayton Brackett.
So Neme showing his versatility there. Again, he's a 1.0 classified player, but was able to score 2 goals in the last couple of minutes, and then also make the big hit, and then be the ball thrower.
No changes yet for the Colombians as Venegas brings it out from his own key. Looking ahead for Rodriguez, picked off by Delagrave. Turnover by the Colombians, and quickly into their stride. Here come the Americans with McBride for the score.
A common strategy for the Colombians has been to go long to Rodriguez, and Rodriguez doesn't have much finger dexterity, so he has to corral the ball with his forearms. I don't think that play is going to work very well against the Americans tonight, just because of their speed and aggressiveness.
Big hits on Venegas. Rodriguez hands off to Orozco, deferring to the more able athlete, the stronger athlete, and the goal will be scored.
And of course, having said that, right on cue, Rodriguez proves me wrong by hauling in the pass and handing it off to Orozco for the easy score.
What we've seen typically from the Colombians, and that is a common move from the Colombian number 10, Uriel Rodriguez. He connects with Orozco with the long ball downfield. It has been effective, but now they're in tough, you feel, against the Americans, and Delagrave backing in for the score.
Delegaire is an interesting player to watch. He's massive, and his wingspan is enormous. And so he could cover a lot of ground in a relatively short period of time. And when he puts his arms up to block a shot, it's like blocking out the sun. You can't see anything.
Well, Delegrave is classified as a 2.0, which leads me to think, with all the compliments and the abilities that he has here, I mean, how is that classification worked out? Why isn't he a 2.5 or a 3?
The classification is based on a number of characteristics, but primarily it's the medical diagnosis. So for instance, depending on where the spinal cord injury would occur on the vertebrae, that would indicate what the class is. But because he's trained so hard, he's risen above perhaps what his classification should be. So he's able to demonstrate characteristics that perhaps for many people wouldn't be possible at a third class.
So Delegrave, in fact, is playing up. Now, at some point in his wheelchair rugby career, did the authorities come along and say, actually, no, you're not a 2, you should be a 1.5 or a 2.5 or a 3.
There are certainly many instances where classifications will change, and Orozco's a good example of that. My understanding was that he was non-classifiable according to many classifiers. They took him again, my understanding is, to a tournament in Poland, they're number 4, and he was considered classifiable for wheelchair rugby. And I think the issue that was made was that one hand that he has and how much function he has in that hand.
Orozco takes it in with that strong left hand and then uses his strength to maneuver himself away. Sometimes it's always as the weight of the body, the transfer of the weight of the body can move the chair to maneuver around. Look how quickly he moves it, manages to dribble at the same time. He's such a big part as he goes in for the score of all the good that Colombia does. Not just on offense, he does his fair share of defending as well.
Oh, no question about it. He's a big hitter. And I think he just brings a lot of energy to the team. I find when he's on the court, not only is it his team that seems to raise their level of energy and excitement, it's both teams.
Delegrave ahead for brackets. And he has 2 quick goals. He come on as a substitute. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the first period. Inbound from Neme from behind his own goal line. 4 goals the difference. And so far, Colombia doing a pretty good job of sticking with the Americans. Collected in by Rodriguez under pressure from Delegrave. The timeout called by the Colombians. Puff of the cheeks from Rodriguez. It's tough going out there, isn't it?
This is going to be a tiring game, and we've talked about this earlier in Canada's game, the semifinal prior to this one. The Americans and Canadians played late into the night, going into double overtime. A 1-goal win by the Americans. I expect the Americans to be fairly tired coming into this game and wanting to save something perhaps for tomorrow night's gold medal match.
That's assuming they get there. If the Colombians can pull off what would be a huge upset and match the Americans down the stretch in the 4th quarter, what we have typically seen between the stronger and the less experienced teams is that a team like Colombia will stick with the Americans probably for the first, maybe the 2nd quarter, and then after half-time, as we saw with Canada against Brazil in their semi-final, Canadians had that superior strength, fitness, finesse to pull away and win comfortably.
Yes, and you look at this American team, they don't look out of shape.
I wouldn't suggest that for a minute, David.
I don't think they're going to tire. They look like an elite fighting force. They're an impressive looking group.
Inbound from Chad Cone. Deep inside American territory, well from Delegrave, but it's picked up by Brackett. Inside Venegas. Into off-bound, Orozco. Hand up, but touching an opponent. And penalized the Colombian.
And we've seen this happen again too. Orozco, for all the great things that he does on the court, I find is sometimes a little too aggressive.
Well, here's the distinction as Orozco makes his way to the penalty box. It's, as you just see, he just touches the head of Brackett there. When it comes to hitting chair to chair, that's all fair, but when it actually comes to physically touching your opponent, that's a big no-no.
That's a really good distinction, and touching the body is very similar to wheelchair basketball and stand-up basketball. You cannot touch the other person's upper body within their vertical space.
So that's the reason that Orozco is serving the suspension, and Brackett backs in for the American score.
And you saw how the Americans were setting up while they scored the goal to stop or try to stop Orozco from coming in. He was able ultimately to do so, but the point was they were trying to basically nullify his ability to come and get the ball on the out of bounds play.
Wheeling around, looking for position, jockeying for that little chink of light as Neme prepares to inbound for Colombia. Short one for Venegas, turns away from his own key. A hit from Brackett. Rodriguez manages to gather it in, offloads to Orozco in American territory. Orozco quickly turns, it's a shimmy of the body. That's all it takes for this strong man. And look at that strength and determination by Orozco once again.
Orozco really is an impressive player. If he can control his aggressiveness so that he reduces some of those silly penalties, he really can be a force.
Through the American gap, which wasn't strong enough to hold him. McBride, teammates around him being bumped from behind by Orozco. The referee's whistle will stop play momentarily.
Another reaching in foul by the Chileans. They were playing good defense there. Oh, sorry, Colombians.
Chile are here as well. Excuse me for correcting you.
They need to stop those unnecessary penalties. They were playing strong defense. They didn't need to do that.
Last 12 seconds of the first quarter. On the power play, the US. They might stretch it by one more before time expires in this first period. And away with speed, Brackett into the corner.
You saw Brackett slowing down just at the end there, and the reason that he did that was to try and take off as much time as he possibly could for the quarter, in part because with Colombia getting possession of the ball to end the quarter, the Americans then get possession to start the next quarter, as far as having scored a goal.
Intentionally threw it out of bounds there.
Well, and it's scoring the goal, so it's not so much the possession arrow here. So the referee there is giving a warning as far as contact being made before the whistle blows. The issue being, and you'll see the players circling around, trying to gain advantage over one another prior to that whistle.
So American possession inbounds, and the score will count in the final seconds of this first period for Eric Newby.
Perfectly placed ball. And the American players had rightly positioned themselves in the key prior to the throw-in, so they had excellent position.
As the buzzer goes to end the period, and the Americans in front, perhaps not by as many as they might expect. Just by 6 at the end of one, it's the US leading Colombia by 15 goals to 9. Through some of the highlights of that first period. Some good balance and a goal-scoring start for Josh Wheeler.
There's so many American players that can beat you, and we're seeing any number of them here. Orozco is the star player that we've spoken about from Colombia. He missed that earlier pass to him, but he didn't miss many.
Individual stats, Clayton Brackett with 4 goals at the end of this first period. Orozco leads them all with 5 ahead of Neme, who has 3. It is the US 15-9 over Colombia through 1. Start of the second period in the second semi-final between the Yellow Vests of Colombia and the world's third-ranked team, the White Vests of the United States. 6 points the margin after the first period.
So no goal was called there because the Colombian player went in and then came out before both wheels went over the back line.
First look at the goggles of number 12, Christian Narvaez, who was penalised there as he tried to back in for the score. Wheeler, the ball ahead, straight into the lap of Clayton Brackett. And the USA increased the lead to 7. 5 goals already for the speedy Brackett. So on the field for the Colombians at the start of this second period, we're seeing John Segura wearing 8.
12 seconds.
And the whistle brings it all to a halt. They may have to call a timeout here.
Which they did just before the 12-second violation.
So the quartet for the Colombians, as they consider their options. To start this second period, 8 is John Segura, 9 Christian Amaya, who has also caught the eye as a speedy goal scorer, a 2.0 athlete, Amaya. Number 11 is Julian Vargas, and as we mentioned a moment ago, the goggle number 12, Christian Narvaez. For the Colombians, Newby, Wheeler, Chad Cohn and Clayton Brackett on court for the Americans, who lead by 7 early in the second.
I'm not sure I agree with the Colombian coach with his lineup choice. He utilized a similar process a couple games ago, and I found that in the second quarter, this lineup did not score very much, although Ken, the curse of the commentator, proves me wrong.
Amaya, the lob for Vargas, and a very pretty score for the Colombians.
That was a great pass.
But it's already noticeable, isn't it, in these early moments of the second period, that there is no Orozco. And it's got to be said that Colombia, without Orozco on court, are not the prospect they are when he's in play. Also lost Neme as well.
And the secondary player from a scoring perspective that they use is Alonso, and he's not out there either and hasn't played yet. I'm not sure why that would be the coach's decision.
Brackett scoots away for another score, and quickly the US extend the lead to 8. Inbound from Segura. Vargas looking to get over halfway. Segura quickly does so, but the turnover occurs, and a newbie back the other way for the United States, who went all the way to double overtime before just eking out a dramatic victory over the Canadians in the final pool game last night. And Newby was influential in that overtime period because the Canadians were right on the doorstep and had an opportunity to win it at the end of the first overtime period. Newby just put off Zach Medell of Canada to keep the game alive as far as the Americans are concerned. Wheeler wheels away here for the easy American score.
So the last 2 goals by the Americans, Wheeler and Newby, all they've done is held on to the ball and just wheeled around the Colombian players like they weren't even there. And I think that speaks to perhaps why I would like to see Orozco or Alonso out there. It provides a bit more pressure on defense and certainly forces the issue more on offense.
Narvaez, 2.5 athlete. Whistle has beaten them again. So they're having trouble getting out of their own half at the moment, Colombia.
And not to say that I told you so, but again, I think that with Orozco or Alonso out there, it allows you to have that ball handler that perhaps can beat this press a little bit easier. Although, give the Americans credit, when they really clamp down, they clamp down hard.
Introduction. I thought for a moment there we were going to see Ernie Chun. We will. Number 8 for the Americans joins in the fray. Wheeler wheels away again with that superior pace and maneuverability. difficult man to stop, Wheeler.
There's the third goal where they didn't pass it into the goal line. They just simply wheeled around the players and wheeled it in.
Tough times for the Colombians, pinned inside their own half of the field. As Vargas tries to find an exit. The clock is ticking again on Vargas, and once again, the 12 seconds expires.
So that looks like they got the timeout call in. Referee from Sweden making the call just before that 12-second time clock violation.
Tough times for the Colombian coach, forced to take another timeout. And some quick authoritative words from the Colombian bench. But as you say, when Orozco and Neme are absent from the court, Colombia are a very different team, and they're really not threatening the Americans as they did in the first period.
No, I can't. I'm not even sure if the Colombians have scored, or perhaps just that one goal when they contradicted my statement earlier in the quarter. Otherwise, they've been held scoreless.
Just the one in this second period for the Colombians. Tough going. Narvaez trying to get away from Brackett. In for Segura. Amaya wheeling away, forced to dribble.
This time another time clock coming up with the 40 seconds.
He's not going to make it. You hear the buzzer go. And another time violation by the Colombians, and these are all adding up and proving very costly, as you see. Orozco there, forced to sit it out for the time being. Whether he has an injury issue there or whether it's the coach's choice, we're in no position to explain, but we can certainly explain that without Orozco, Colombia are under the cosh here from the Americans and are bleeding points at an alarming rate. 7 goals already now for Brackett. He's really helping himself in this second period without those big hits coming in from Orozco.
Colombians were within striking distance in the first quarter, and the game is, I don't want to say it's over already, but it certainly is looking that way.
Well, it's rapidly becoming a yawning gap between the Americans. The score is 12 as the Americans change the quartet.
The Americans could bring out any of their 4 lines and be probably in the top 4 in the world. They're just that good, all of them.
But that is also a testament to how seriously, essentially, the Americans take this game and have developed this game over the years, which is far ahead of, frankly, most other countries other than perhaps Canada and maybe Australia.
And the U.S. Quad Rugby Association clearly has the most clubs and the most developed club system. And as I alluded to earlier, none of the players from the 2004 Paralympic squad that was featured in Murder Ball is on this team now. Not that they don't want to be, it's just that there's just so many great players. It's a tough team to make.
As McBride scoots over for yet another American score. Just about the midway point of this second period. And the Americans' lead continues to grow. Narvaez over halfway, but another turnover by the Colombians. Straight into the arms of McBride. Quickly ahead. And this time, Stella in for the score.
I come back to the Americans have not had to pass to score in this second quarter. All of their goals have simply been wheeled in from the half court.
Vargas hands off to Amaya.
And this is the first time the Colombians have made an attempt to score, and in part the Americans just let them bring the ball up. They pulled right back into a half court.
They did pull the press, which allowed Narvaez in for his first goal of the evening. Still 13 points between these teams. Delagrave again, his arms pumping. There was no way anybody on the court was going to get close to the big American. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining until half-time. 14 points. The Americans' advantage over Colombia. Again, the Americans pull the press all the way back to their own key, allowing the Colombians over halfway. Amaya twisting one way, then the other. The handoff, and Narvaez, it's worked again. But you make the point there that unless the Americans pull that press, essentially that goal doesn't happen.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems to me that the Americans are either trying to practice their half-court defense or they're trying to save some energy for tomorrow night's game.
Delagrave, first forward for McBride. Delagrave furthest forward. No yellow vests in that part of the court. Suddenly there's a 14-point gap between the nations. 5 goals already for Della, the oldest man on the court at 43. And Della in again.
So again, the press goes on, and they're not able to get anywhere close to the half court.
So they're mixing it up, the Americans here. It's you know, they've got themselves a very comfortable cushion of 15 points. Now they've withdrawn again. They'll allow the Colombians, you know, with Amaya over half court. And this is really an exercise in defense for the Americans.
So a simple error by the Colombians for being 10 in the key. Rodriguez, sorry, not Rodriguez, but Segura needs to be better at that.
Della takes it down one-handed, and in one movement moves away from Narvaez. Has the speed and the strength. Another easy score, and Della's really filling his boots tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, Steller's having a very good
As they
first
say
half.
where I come from. Vargas takes the hit, offloads to Amaya, gets the hit as well, down goes Amaya. Now will the score stand? 2 big hits there, the second on Amaya, who tipped over.
That was a huge hit by McBride, knocking Amaya right over top.
But that's all part of the game. That's why they used to call it murder ball. In the politically correct world of the 2015, they now call it wheelchair rugby, but there's plenty of players who are still playing this game and have played this game who know exactly why it's called murder ball.
And Amaya, as per usual, just pops right back up like nothing happened.
Delagrave, the bounce, and the goal. Well, Roscoe taking on some fluid, and alongside him another of the Colombian big hitters, that is Moises Alonso, and my goodness, the Colombians could do with both those players on court right now.
Again, I'm perplexed as to why Colombia wouldn't play either of them.
Amaya, a little bit of relief and cheer around the arena. It's the first goal in a while for the Colombians, just their 4th of the period. Della leaves it for Delagrave, and the Americans into the 30s. Well, we're as perplexed as you are as to the Colombian strategy here. When the big games have come along, Orozco has been that leading light, Alonso alongside him, Neme as well. But none of them are on court as we speak.
All I can think is that they're saving them for tomorrow night's bronze medal match, and they've already conceded defeat to the United States.
As usual, the great Professor David Legg ahead of the curve and realizing exactly what the Colombian strategy is, probably spot on.
You sound just like my students. They say the exact same thing.
Here is Della. It's all a little too easy for the Americans at the moment. You told me that your students would give you some grief on Twitter.
Oh, were they?
I would never do that.
Were they ever mocking me?
I'm sure that can't be the case. Della in for the American score. 31-13, and the lead up towards the 20 mark. Last minute of the first half. Amaya wheeling around. 3 yellow vests ahead of him, all in the key.
Oh, nice play by Amaya.
And they did their job, creating the space for Amaya to score for Colombia. 40 seconds left in the period, and that will be exactly the same as the shot clock. Once McBride inbounds, does so for Della. Suddenly becomes the meat in the Colombian sandwich. Manages to offload to Delagrave. And he may well slow up here and just wheel around, take his time.
With the shot clock and game clock being exactly the same, the Americans will try to score with approximately 1 or 2 seconds left on the clock.
So a little bit of keep ball for the Americans. Down to 15 seconds, no great hurry for them. Here's Della. You hear the crowd counting it down. Della, the dribble, stops and then is pushed over the line by Amaya. The American goal. 4 seconds left to the half-time buzzer. Can the Colombians create anything in these last couple of seconds? And the answer is they cannot, as the buzzer goes for half-time. And the Americans easing off in that second period against Colombia, who have waited for Orozco in vain. Maybe we'll see him in the third period. USA 32, Colombia 14. Have a look at the halftime statistics. US with a handy advantage, David, over the Colombians, who have turned over that ball 11 times, as opposed to just 2 from the Americans.
Yes, and that's usually the statistic that is inversely proportional to the score. So you don't want turnovers, you do want goals.
We'll show you some highlights from that first half. The white vests of the Americans and the yellow jerseys of Colombia. Orozco and Neme combined well in the first period, but slowly but surely the Americans took control.
Well, the highlights that we're seeing from Colombia so far anyways have all been of Orozco, who we didn't see in the second quarter. So we are wondering and surmising that perhaps Colombia has already conceded defeat in this semifinal match and is hoping to save their better players for a shot at the bronze medal tomorrow against Brazil.
As far as stats are concerned in this first half, the Americans, Rob Della leads the scorers with 9. Brackett has 7 for the Colombians. Orozco leads their scorers with 5. We didn't see him on the court in that second period. Helping out with Neme with 3, and 2 apiece for Amaya and Narvaez. The third quarter, just a couple of minutes away. Canada, beg your pardon, the Americans are leading Colombia at half-time by 32 goals to 14. We are at the Mississauga Sports Centre, just a short drive west of Toronto. It is the semi-finals night in wheelchair rugby at the 2015 Parapan American Games. The white vests of the United States, the world's #3 team, looking for a shot at gold tomorrow against the Canadians, who won the opening semi-final against the yellow vests of the fast-improving Colombians. But as you can see from that half-time deficit, the Americans firmly in control, and Eric Newby will extend that lead to 20 points early in the third period. Let me just go through the lineups for you as we see them at the start of this third period. For the Americans, 8 Ernie Chun, 9 Eric Newby, 11 Seth McBride, and the influential number 14 Joe Delagrave, the co-captain. The start of this second half. For the Colombians, still no Orozco, so they will go with number 6, Moises Alonso. You see him there. Number 8 is John Seguro, 9, Cristian Amaya, and 11 is Julian Vargas. So still no Orozco and no Neme. And Newby scoots in for another score for the Americans, who look well set, do they not, David Legg, for a rematch against the Canadians?
The Americans look very relaxed. I can always tell when they know that they've got the win in their hands, because they sing and dance at halftime. While listening to Party Rock, Chuck Aoki was lip syncing, and he hasn't even come on the floor yet. He's their best player, and he hasn't even entered the game.
Well, it was Alonso with the punch ahead. It went straight to Delagrave, who returned it with interest. As you see Chuck Aoki there.
He's not lip syncing at the moment, but he was singing Party Rock during the halftime show.
He is one of the leading players for the Americans. He knows it, just spies himself on camera there. And he will be heavily involved, maybe not tonight, but if and when that gold and silver medal game comes round against the Canadians 24 hours from now, you can expect Chuck Aoki to be really in the thick of the action.
Oh, last night he was into that game. I've never seen him so emotionally involved and just cheering on his teammates. He completely convinced his teammates they could win.
Reminding you that it's 4-on-4 on court at any time, but each nation competing picks from a roster of 12. And as David was explaining earlier in the game, when the substitutions come in, as Newby crosses for his 8th goal, they're usually in pairs or the entire 4 themselves, but no need for Chuck Aoki to be on this court at this particular moment in time. Big hit from Alonso, you heard, as Amaya looks for a way into the American key, spinning and spinning, looking for the gap. Trying to find Alonso. Forced to dribble. Now can Alonso use his strength up against Delagrave?
So 10 seconds in the key called on Amaya, I believe. That'll be a turnover.
Or stubborn defense from the Americans, which is what the Colombians have come to expect. And I mean, there's no question that there is a difference, a big difference in quality between the Canadians, the Americans, the North Americans, if you like, and their Southern American rivals. But as with any sport, as Delagrave crosses for the goal, you only get better by putting yourself almost in harm's way and taking on these better quality opponents, learning from your mistakes and honing those skills.
Yes, I completely agree. And Colombia has improved, I even think, just this week. I've noticed considerable growth in their team. This is an interesting game because I think the United States is trying to conserve some energy and rest some players. But I think Colombia is trying to do the same because they recognize that they've got a legitimate shot at the bronze medal tomorrow night against Brazil.
Well, we have seen the return of the co-captain, Carlos Neme. You know how good he is. So Neme back on court for the Colombians. That strengthens their cause a little. But the star of the Colombian show, Orozco, stays on the sidelines, at least for the time being. Inbound by Vargas for Alonso. as the Americans withdraw the press. Alonso building up a head of steam. Runs into Della, then into his own player. Forced away by the attentions of Adam Scaturo. Going to get in round the back. He does, uses that strength, Alonso, to cross for the Colombian score.
Alonso didn't have much room. Brackett shaking his head. I don't know if he thinks that Alonso hit the pylon before the second wheel came over, or whether he's just disappointed with himself. It looks to me by pointing that he thought the pylon.
Pylon certainly moved, no question about that. The referee was happy that the front two wheels were over before the pylon moved. The goal is good, as is Rob Della's at the other end. Della into double figures, and Alonso will be disappointed that he couldn't control that. Another turnover by the Colombians, and that's the sort of mistake that the better teams simply don't make.
Not very often. In the game we saw last night, if there was a simple mistake or a turnover, it had massive implications.
Della again, scoring almost at will in this game. This is by far his most profitable game of the series, inbound by Neme.
Yeah, without Chuck Aoki in the game, Deller does become one of the scoring priorities, there's no question.
Amaya leaning backwards, looking for Alonso. It won't find him. Well, it does find him. Courtesy of Rob Della. Ah, the referee's whistle's gone.
Well, I'm not sure what the call was. And I think what happened was he blew the whistle and recognized that a mistake was made because Deller had possession of the ball and then threw it back to Alonso.
So let's have a look what Ulrika Ulfsson, the Swedish referee, will decide. It is going to be Colombia inbound. Neme for Alonso. Wants to stay in American territory, just manages to do it, otherwise it would have been over and back. Good strength again by Alonso. And now persistence, sheer persistence from Alonso. Good score.
Great goal by Alonso. Good for him. He's been working hard this quarter. It's nice to see him rewarded.
A couple of goals for Moises Alonso, if only.
So Alonso initially stopped by Deller and Brackett, but has the wherewithal to fight through Deller's block in particular.
Back live and still in the American key. And over to the penalty box comes Adam Scaturo.
So the Americans had all 4 of their players in the key in that instance, which is a penalty.
Colombia then on the power play. Chance to reduce the arrears again. Inbound by Vargas. Neme trying to back his way in, finds Alonso, comes in the big hit from Della, right on the edge of the key. Alonso, though, determined. Almost hits his own player, forced to dribble. Della sticking to him like glue. Alonso
doesn't have the passing ability. Alonso doesn't have the passing ability that Orozco does, so he wasn't able to just toss the ball over to Neme, over Deller, for the easy score, and ultimately lost track of time for a 10-second violation.
One-handed for Della, straight into the path of Clayton Brackett. And the easy score, and the Americans cruise into the 40s.
Yeah, it's almost making it look easy for the Americans, although I realize it's not. They're just that good.
Alonso took one hit from Della. We'll take one from Brackett here. Well, passes off. Looking for Vargas, finds him. That's good distribution for Amaya for the Colombians. And a good score.
That was a good goal by Amaya, a good read of what was being presented to him. So Amaya looking for what holes were available, and Brackett wasn't able to get over in time.
Della in possession away from Amaya with pace and strength over halfway. Go all the way himself here with the dribble. And yet another score for the impressive Rob Della, who leads all scorers. That's his 11th of the game. Amaya finds Alonso with the first time pass. Back for Amaya. It's all very crowded in there. Amaya round the back, trying to feed Alonso.
Oh,
that's a
good
great
pass.
play. Great play from Alonso. Had the presence of mind to see Neme ahead of him. And Neme in for the Colombian score.
It was a total team effort.
They're playing some attractive rugby. They really are, when they're given the opportunity.
Amaya made a good pass to Alonso. Alonso to Neme. Neme with the score.
The Americans irresistible. And Brackett away unchallenged. A little over 2.5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. The Americans' lead is of the order of 25 points. Amaya, the flip pass.
Very nice pass
Another
by
score.
Amaya.
Vargas is the beneficiary.
So Amaya just tosses it over top. Vargas, who's already got the position on Brackett. You can see Brackett's disappointment that he didn't get over earlier.
Well, it's a great illustration of how many different ways there are to score in this sport. And sometimes if you don't have the speed or the strength, that little lob pass over the top is just as effective.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to, what is it, skin a cat?
Yeah, that's the expression. Not sure how it translates to wheelchair rugby, but I'm with you just about.
It's what came to mind.
Whatever works for you, my friend. Amaya, outside the American key. Everything to his left. Looking again for the lob pass. Looking for Neme, but
That's a
fisted
difficult
away
pass.
by Brackett. And Della off to the races. And yet another score for the American number 3. Inside the final 2 minutes of the third quarter. Second semi-final. The Americans, the world number 3. Big hit from Della on Vargas. Neme, bothered by Brackett, manages to get it away before he gets pushed back into his own court.
A timeout called by Colombia for equipment.
Yeah, 2 of them needing some attention there. Vargas has one of them. He got a huge hit a moment ago, which reverberated around the whole building up to the rafters here. Well, that's all part of the fun of the fair. That's why we enjoy watching wheelchair rugby. And the players just shrug it off. They know those hits are coming. And it's about taking the hit and then finding the pass almost simultaneously.
Exactly, the courage that's needed.
Amaya looking for the gap. Will he find it? Blocked off, then loses possession. Della with a hand in, perfectly legal. Alonso using his strength now. Here's Alonso, like a bull. Neme backs in for the score.
Very nice pass and play by Alonso. He basically handed the ball to Neme and then pushed him into the gap. So Alonso, in one fluid motion, handed the ball off and then assisted Neme crossing the goal line.
Brackett for Della. Brackett takes the hit. Della scores. Neme inbounds for Brian. Now it's some defensive work for Della, who's leading the scoring chance. Hands off to Alonso.
12 seconds will become an issue.
Got to get it out quickly. Amaya will try and get there, but the whistle beats them. And the 12-second violation, again, costly for the Colombians. Last minute of this third quarter. Brackett this time will just gather it in just before he crosses the Colombian goal line. Something you have to do when you're scoring the goal. It is there in black and white in the rules. You, as the goal scorer, you need to be in control of the ball before you cross the opponent's goal line. And we have seen goals chalked off for that not being completed.
Yes, exactly. Again, 12 seconds. This could be a challenge. No, they get over just in time.
Did well. Outlets for Vargas. Della won't let him go anywhere. Backed up against him. In for Amaya. And now Alonso gathers it in. Can he score? Takes the hit.
Shot clock to
from
5.
Scaturo. Down to 4. Can they find a way through? They will.
Oh!
Alonso Fanemi again in the nick of time.
With no time left on the shot clock. Colombia scores a goal in a similar play. Alonso kind of dishes it off right at the goal line.
My apologies, it was Amaya, not Neme, with the score. And the final seconds of this third period as Brackett goes in with 2 seconds remaining in the quarter. 13 for Brackett. And he has drawn level with Rob Della. There is the buzzer for the end of the third period. Once again dominated by the Americans, 16-7 in that particular segment. And they've drawn away and are closing in on that 50-goal mark, which they will surpass in the fourth quarter. Three-quarter mark of this second semi-final. US leading Colombia 48-21.
Well, Alonso entered in the third quarter, and he was one of the players we were hoping to see in that second quarter, and he didn't disappoint. Didn't necessarily translate to a massive comeback by Colombia, but it was certainly an entertaining third quarter. The Americans, very in a business-like fashion, scored goal after goal after goal.
16 of them all told in that third period. But Alonso is a fierce competitor. It's not newbie on that occasion, but the Americans have built the platform. They know basically the game is as good as done. Now they just need to manage their way through the fourth quarter.
Yeah, this game is done, and they'll be ready for the gold medal match against Canada. Oh, I'm looking forward to that one. Last night's game going into double overtime, the U.S. winning by 1 goal. It was a barn burner. The crowd was electric. It'll be even busier and louder here tomorrow night.
We are told that the arena is sold out for that gold medal game, so good luck getting some tickets for that. It's going to be loud and it's going to be proud. And you know what? The bronze medal game between Colombia and Brazil will be a very nice
entree.
Well, I'm going to say appetizer, actually. I'm not sure whether it should be appetizer or entree. I would imagine Canada, US will be the entree.
I don't go to many fancy restaurants.
An aperitif. A starter. Let's call it a starter.
Okay.
Even you and I get on the same wavelength with that. So Orozco is back on for the start of this fourth quarter. Where was he for periods 2 and 3? And as David has explained, and already an assist for Orozco to start this fourth quarter. We reckon that the Colombians are saving those weary limbs for that bronze medal game against the Brazilians tomorrow, which the Brazilians will start as favourites to win and take away the bronze medal. But Orozco is back to entertain us for another 7.5 minutes at least.
Yes. And we were talking about the U.S. preparing for tomorrow. That game that's an important game. A lot's on the line. A gold medal for the Parapan American Games, the first time that wheelchair rugby has ever been played in the Parapan American Games. The rivalry between Canada and the United States is immense. And lastly, the winner gets to go to the Paralympic Games in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. The loser can still qualify, but not easily.
The only where Orozco is completely boxed in by 2 Americans, but it doesn't prevent Amaya from scoring for the Colombians. He was completely taken out by a combination of Ernie Chun and Stake who's that alongside him. Just trying to spot some numbers here. But Orozco completely taken out of the play. Joe Delagrave this time away for the Americans and using that speed and strength to coast in, and the US hit the half century. 6 personally for Delagrave. Maya in his own key. Needs to get out quickly. That 12-second rule. It's going to be a turnover. Brackett for the US. Gets the hits, but it won't stop him. Manages to squeeze through the gap. Does Clayton Brackett. 14 goals for him. The bearded wonder for the Americans. Amaya collects the inbound from Vargas. Pushed along his own key line. Outside, looking for Juan Ochoa, but he hasn't got the speed to get there. Amaya might have, but Delagrave picks it up comfortably. Another turnover from the Colombians. And here he comes again, Brackett. Hardly breaking a sweat over the Colombian goal line. And the US lead approaching 30 now. 15 in total for Brackett. Equipment timeout is called. It's Vargas on that far side, needing some running repairs. No wheel change, just tightening up that nut.
Oh, and they went right to him right away, but the pass went awry.
Just beat him right over his head. He'd have needed telescopic arms to rein that one in.
And that shows Orozco's inexperience. Orozco's got the capacity and the capability to make that throw, but he just threw it too hard and a little long. You don't see the American players often doing that. They're always bang on the money with their passes.
The combination that really has worked for the Colombians is that of Orozco and the number 10, Rodriguez, who is not on the court, but that long ball forward, there seems to be that sixth sense, that understanding between Orozco and cushioning those passes for Rodriguez. Maybe we'll see Rodriguez again before the close of this fourth quarter, but not before Delagrave runs in. Another goal for the Americans, who do now have a 30-goal lead over Colombia. Orozco juggling, but can't swain it in. Another turnover, and that's an easy score for Brackett. Orozco hemmed in again, as you can see in the corner here. 21 turnovers to 3, even though he was hemmed in. Look at the dexterity between Amaya and Orozco. They still went to Orozco, and Amaya has the speed and the balance. Orozco, he has the strength and that turning ability. Orozco looking to get in at the corner. There's nowhere there at the moment.
So Amaya was caught in the key for 10 seconds there. Those are the types of turnovers that you can't afford. Amaya did a nice play to get the ball up the court, then just found himself in the key for too long.
So the time violation hands over possession to the United States. Delagrave, the recipient from Ernie Chun, I believe. Brackett will collect the forward pass.
Seems like Groundhog Day watching Brackett score these goals.
He now has 17 of the Americans' 55. The Americans withdraw the press this time. Amaya forward, offloads to Orozco. Chun can't get there. Orozco with that acceleration.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out what the Americans were doing on defense. It was as if they were kind of nodding off.
I say not much is the probably answer to your question on that one.
Or if Orozco just surprised them with his sudden burst of speed.
He does have that acceleration, and you know, we've said it before, and no doubt we'll say it again. It's getting to sound like a broken record as Chun goes in for the goal, but in wheelchair rugby, like so many other sports, speed is and can be a defining factor.
Without question. And Orozco has that in spades, although he needs to corral the ball first before he can take off.
Uncharacteristic error from Orozco, allowing Brackett in for the score. Approaching the midway point of this final quarter, Orozco, that big left arm, finds Amaya. By Brackett, Orozco making his way forward. Good understanding there between Amaya, but they didn't get out of the half.
Almost, but not quite.
Time violation again. Orozco was busting a gut knowing he was fighting the clock as well as an opponent there.
I think there's been at least 10, 12-second violations by Colombia tonight. You can't play that way against a team as strong as the United States.
Sean for Delagrave. Now Brackett over the top of the two Colombians. Orozco can't stop the bearded wonder. Vargas inbounds for Orozco.
I don't know what the personal record is for Brackett for goals, but he's got to be getting close to it with 19.
Well, I've made notes throughout the tournament. I may be able to give you some idea here. He had a 15-goal game and a 14-goal game, but I don't think he's had a 19-goal game, so it's probably a personal best for Brackett for sure. Amaya in for the score, 7 goals for him, but it is a hopeless cause for the Colombians in the context of this game. But there is another game to be played for the Colombians. They will play for bronze against the Brazilians, regardless of the outcome here, as the Americans call the timeout. So,
and it's worth noting, Colombia's never finished as high as 4th in any continental regional championship or tournament. So this in and of itself is quite an accomplishment for them. They've overtaken Argentina, which was the traditional and historical 4th place finisher. And I think they believe, and I would agree, that they have a legitimate shot at bronze medal tomorrow.
Well, Colombia firstly beat Argentina, as you mentioned there, in round robin play 51-36. So a decent margin of victory by 15 points. As far as Colombia-Brazil is concerned,
this is a...
Well, there we are. It's great to see the appearance of Yenny Martinez wearing number 2 for Colombia. And if you didn't already know, you don't need us to remind you that this is a mixed gender sport. And it's great to see Martinez on court, I think, for the first time this week.
It's the first time that I can recall her playing, and she is the only female player from all 6 teams. Deller comes in hard on the side, but it was a clean hit.
Narvaez took the tumble. The mats come out. Narvaez is up and ready to get on with it as well. Balls around the arena as Yenny Martinez is announced to the fans. Here comes Vanegas. And it is Martinez providing the screen. Can they get over for the score? They can. Vargas with the score for Colombia.
That was a nice pass, and that was a nice pick by Yenny Martinez to set that up.
Now Yenny Martinez is classed as a 2.0, but did I not read in the rules somewhere that when there is a female competitor on the court, you get another half point?
That's right. So that's one of the ways that they've tried to encourage more women to participate, is by decreasing their classification half a point from how it's initially classified.
So essentially, Colombia can have 8.5 points on the court, while Martinez is part of the on-court quartets. And backing in for the score is Narvaez for Colombia.
And that system has its pros and its cons, but the reality is there aren't many women that are playing wheelchair rugby, and so the Federation has made an effort to try to encourage more women to do so.
Martinez, just 21 years of age. Not the youngest member of the Colombian roster, but not far off. Rodriguez, the number 10, is just 20, but Martinez, a young player who's got many years ahead of her to learn the game and improve her skills.
And perhaps become a pioneer within South America, particularly Canada has a very strong female player. Unfortunately, wasn't able to make the trip to Toronto to compete, but was named to the 12-person roster and is very highly regarded. Many members of the Canadian wheelchair rugby community spoke to me about what a strong player she was and what an important player she was to the national team.
Vanegas over halfway in these closing moments, less than 3 minutes remaining. USA know they have the game won. Colombia do too, so both teams have to play out time here, but they will also have an eye on what is to come. Martinez gathers it in on the key, offloads to Narvaez. Ten seconds left on the shot clock. What all of the Colombians are going to do, they need to do it quickly. Martinez forced out of the key. Clock's going to beat them all. And did he get the timeout call in?
He
Narvaez?
did. He got the call in just in time.
.2:17 remaining in the fourth quarter. The US heading for a sixth straight victory. Only one of them has been less comfortable, and that was that titanic battle with the Canadians last night, which went to double overtime. And 24 hours from now, we'll see whether the Americans can win again or whether the Canadians can avenge that pool match defeat. Forward for the Americans at pace is McBride. Well, when they met in the preliminaries a couple of days ago, the Americans topped 70 goals. May not get there this time against Colombia.
Recognizing again, though, that both Wheeler and particularly Oki's hardly played.
Venegas looking for Martinez, looking for the score. Well, if you thought they were going to take it easy on the female competitors, there is your answer. The two white vests closed in and closed out Martinez.
Yeah, there's not a lot of chivalry in wheelchair rugby.
Martinez collected it in first time, then tried to get some momentum going. But the white vests were in to, like a pincer movement from either side, to crowd her out.
You can sense that the crowd would love to see Martinez score.
They'll take the roof off this arena if Martinez scores. There's 1:50 left in the game. Brackett, Della, over halfway. And will score comfortably, despite the hit from Vargas. 15 goals for Della. 20 for Brackett, 63 in total for the Americans, who withdraw the press. 1:36 remaining. Venegas. Martinez on the edge of the key as Venegas looks, dumps it into Martinez.
Do we have an opportunity here?
Oh, Martinez. No.
No.
It's not going to count. He's over the goal line, but it will not be a goal for Martinez.
I'm not sure what the call was to nullify the goal, quite honestly.
And if the professor doesn't know what the call is, nobody knows what the call is.
I was focusing on Martinez driving for the net.
I think we were all guilty of that. Here is Della. This play from Della. That will retain US possession as it was knocked away. timeout. Once again for Julian Vargas. Placing that wheel. All the athletes, we're told, travel with 2 or 3 spare wheels and up to 20 tubes per athlete. That's what the Canadian equipment team were telling us a couple of days ago.
And I sometimes wonder if that's enough.
Timeout done. Vargas is mobile again. Inbound from the Americans. Brackett takes it comfortably. Nice pass off. For McBride, who's taking his own sweet time here. No need to force the issue. Plenty of time on the shot clock. Venegas half a challenge. And then Solidifies.
So a penalty was called for a reach-in, but they just allowed the goal to stand instead. And an equipment timeout called on the floor, so the equipment staff will come on and make a quick tire change.
Once again, it is Vargas who needs those running repairs. There is a time stipulation for those equipment staff, which anything on court has to be done within 60 seconds. If that cannot be affected, then the player has to be substituted. Usually bang it harder is the watchword on court.
That's my handyman philosophy.
Mine too. But they got it on. Looks as though Vargas is mobile once again. And will inbound from behind his own goal line. The US withdraw the press again. Venegas spots the gap. Uses his speed. Solidifies trying to back his way in. The strength he's using can't get there. And too long inside the key, I believe.
Yeah, it was a 10-second violation. You know what made that play was Brackett holding both the player trying to score, but also the player behind him trying to push him over the goal line.
Last minutes of the second semi-final. Americans set to face their big rivals, Canada, for gold 24 hours from now. McBride out of his own key. Bounces, dribbles over halfway. There won't be too many more plays in this particular semi-final. McBride slows it all down almost in slow motion by the Americans as the clock begins to run short. And it's a little bit of keep away here for the Americans. 3 Colombians in their own key. Now comes the charge. And Brackett forces his way over for what might be the final score of the semi-final. Here's their time for one more for the Colombians. Martinez is blocked off, but not Solidifies. He's over halfway. Solidifies, look at those arms pumping. But he cannot get across the American goal line. And so it is the Americans who will go for gold against Canada, having beaten Colombia by 65 goals to 28. No great surprise, David Legg, that the Americans were very, very comfortable winners.
No, it was only a few minutes into the game that it became very clear that the dominant American team was just going to run away with it.
That first period for the Colombians, when we had Orozco and Neme on the court, they, for a while, as we see Orozco shaking hands, gave the Americans a run for their money, but it was destined never to last.
No, just towards the end of that first quarter, it seemed to just, the steam ran out of the Colombian squad. And I think in part, they wanted to save a little bit for their bronze medal match against Brazil tomorrow.
So we now know who plays who for the medals. Colombia, we will see them again, as David mentioned, against Brazil in the aperitif on the final day of wheelchair rugby. They will play their fellow Americans. Brazil for bronze, and the white-vested Americans will be back hungry for gold against the Canadians, whom they have already beaten in this competition. Chuck Aoki and the Americans saluting the fans here in Mississauga. Another comfortable victory, 6 in a row now for the US. They advance to the gold medal game where they will play Canada, having beaten Colombia here in this second semi-final by 65 goals to 28.
Ulrika Olsen.